Chapter 2653. Who doesn't know you? Lin Ling, give me your life. The immortal plum sword had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, and she pulled out her sword. Bitch, how dare you stop my brother? However, just as the immortal plum sword was about to stop Lin Ling, a domineering aura shot up to the sky. A white bone giant seemed to have crawled out from the ground, and a rolling white bone fist was thrown at the immortal plum sword. Boom! Before the fist landed, the black tortoise mountain exploded. Rocks the size of houses rolled in the sky, and in the next moment, they turned into dust. That punch was so terrifying. Someone is helping Lin Ling. Looking at the clash between the top experts, many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They realized that the person who attacked was the mysterious Di Shirtion. Most importantly, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to block the immortal plum sword. Boom, boom, boom. Di Shirtion's strength made the immortal plum sword curse in anger. She did not expect Lin Ling's brother to be so strong. Will Lin Ling succeed? The immortal plum sword was blocked, which meant that no one could stop Lin Ling from taking revenge. Therefore, many people were looking forward to it. In fact, many people admired Lin Ling secretly because Lin Ling was a real man and he would repay any kindness. Today, in order to take revenge, he hid his identity and approached Lei Tianlan, enduring humiliation. Not everyone had this kind of determination, so they wanted to see Lin Ling succeed in his revenge. Dream on. However, the Thunder Mansion did have a strong foundation, and they brought another expert, and the one who attacked was a level 5 true god. Xian Linglong, don't you want to recruit Lin Ling? This is an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Lu's eyes flickered, and he said quickly, You want me to help Lin Ling? Xian Linglong frowned. Helping Lin Ling was equivalent to falling out with the Thunder Mansion. Was it worth it? This opportunity will not come again. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Meng Lu said calmly. Xian Linglong's face became anxious. Should she help or not? In fact, she thought that Lin Ling was a failure and couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at all. Go help him. However, Xian Linglong was indeed an ambitious woman. She made a decision when it was necessary. Because she and Lei Tianlan were rivals, she gambled and hoped that Lin Ling would succeed. Experts from Xian Linglong's side immediately shot out, and they were all at the 5th stage of True God Realm. They blocked all the incoming experts. Rumble. The fierce battle continued to erupt, shaking the entire 4-ring city. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What a terrifying battle. The fuse was Lin Ling. Looking at the great battle that could kill any first-level true god, countless people's faces turned pale. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling. Now that no one could stop Lin Ling, would Lin Ling succeed? Boom. Lin Ling naturally sensed that someone was helping him. The opportunity was fleeting and he wouldn't waste it. Raging flames appeared in his palm, and he slapped it towards Lei Tianlan. However, Lei Tianlan had already used the Thunder Token, so she barely blocked Lin Ling's attack. It's useless. You can't break the Thunder Token. Lin Ling, you'd better run away immediately. When the people from the Thunder Mansion come, you won't be able to escape. Lei Tianlan said malevolently. Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Boom, boom, boom. However, after her voice, the surrounding purple lightning dimmed by quite a bit. What? She immediately let out a cry of horror. Lin Ling was about to break her thunderclap command through Quang Ba's attack. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached the 4th stage of True God Realm? Bang! With Lin Ling's crazy attacks, the Thunder Token was completely shattered. Seeing this, the ground was in an uproar. Impossible! Lei Tianlan once again let out a cry of horror. Fortunately, she still had a Thunder Token, which she had originally given to Lin Ling as a reward. Who knew that she would use it to save her life? The new Thunder Token once again formed a raging thunderbolt to protect Lei Tianlan. Of course, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before this Thunder Token was shattered. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. But let me tell you, you can't kill me. My grandmother is here. Lei Tianlan couldn't help but roar. At this moment, she wanted Lin Ling to die. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still attacking fiercely, attacking the Thunder Token at the speed of 5 realms. He and Lei Tianlan were obviously racing against time. What a shrewd junior. But don't be so arrogant. Bang. But at this moment, another terrifying expert arrived. It was the mansion master of the Holy King's mansion. Obviously, after the death of the 2 holy guardians, he immediately rushed over. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he immediately let out a terrifying killing intent. The imposing manner of the Holy King had descended on the 4th Ring City. This was an expert who had surpassed the true God realm. Lin Ling is dead. Bang. Seeing this, many people shook their heads regretfully. Lin Ling was so close. Lin Ling is not running away. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan even if he dies? This was indeed an unchanging principle. Bang. However, many people exclaimed because Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. His target was only Lei Tianlan. His boldness undoubtedly made more people admire Lin Ling. Holy King, Lord of the 3 realms, my Bright Academy's business has nothing to do with you. Go! Just when the expert of the Holy King's mansion was about to kill Lin Ling, a roar was heard. The sky was forcibly separated, and the universe was chaotic. Tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and 3 of them were the most dazzling, as if they had come from another martial god realm. An arrow light shot out at a speed faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Not good. The Lord of the 3 realms of the Holy King's mansion master exclaimed in horror. Boom! The giant arrow fell, and all the buildings in the 4th Ring City collapsed. Even the 3rd Ring City was affected. At the same time, an old man appeared in the sky like a god. He held a dazzling ancient bow in his hand. The bow was 2 meters long, and it was extremely brilliant. Most importantly, the arrow on the bow was extremely dazzling, as if it was transformed from a meteor. Vice Principal Gong. Looking at the indomitable expert, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was Mount Tai and Beidou of the Bright Academy. No one had expected that Mount Tai and Beidou would fight for Lin Ling. Let's see who dares to stop Lin Ling today. After Vice Principal Gong's appearance, many more Mount Tai and Beidou appeared. They were Luo Riyao, Lord 8, and Red Jade Tiger from the Martial God Camp. All of these experts had actually gathered in 4 Ring City. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is surging. Today, Lin Ling actually caused such a huge commotion in the 4th Ring City. At this moment, everyone was moved. Aren't you guys too overbearing? Are you trying to kill Lei Tianlan in front of everyone? However, after Vice Principal Gong and the other experts appeared, a large number of experts also arrived from the other side. Marquis Sovereign Heaven. Lord 8's face instantly turned ugly. I didn't expect that Grand Duke Lin would also come. Viscount Fish Dragon. The violent commotion in the 4th Ring City had undoubtedly attracted a large number of ancient experts. The latecomers were obviously here to kill Lin Ling, making the situation difficult to decide. Chapter 2654. The 4 Ring City was in turmoil. Do you think the laws of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty don't exist? I'd like to see if you're going to be so lawless. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice shouted coldly and ordered the experts behind him to attack immediately. Lin Ling, go to hell. The Emperor of Tating Commandery, the only commandery among the 4 commanderies, had also arrived. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Vice Principal Gong and the others naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Lin Ling does whatever he wants and treats the Great Azure Divine Dynasty as if it doesn't exist. Such a rebel deserves to be killed. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was extremely smart. He insisted that Lin Ling had violated the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's rules, so the experts behind him were also unscrupulous. Fight, fight, fight. The situation was like an arrow on a bow, and they had to be released. Vice Principal Gong and the others also rushed over. At the same time, they thought to themselves, Lin Ling, time is running out. We have to get rid of Lei Tianlan as soon as possible. They knew very well that they wouldn't be able to stop it in the long run. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice had already charged Lin Ling with a crime of looking down on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and being lawless. Eventually, more experts would be attracted. At that time, Lin Ling would definitely be killed. Bang bang bang. Under the collision of the two terrifying forces, the Four-Ring City continued to shake. Even the Four-Ring City noticed the shocking battle here. And the fuse was Lin Ling, who was now the focus of everyone's attention. Could he successfully kill Lei Tianlan? This was the thought that rose in everyone's mind. Lin Ling, I told you, you can't kill me. At this moment, Lei Tianlan was no longer panicking. She hid in the Thunder Token and laughed arrogantly. You must have had a good time recently. Your market was almost destroyed by me. Your wife, your friends, they all suffered 100 times the humiliation. All of this is because of you. And let me tell you, after tomorrow, I will increase the pressure by 100-fold and make you and your friends regret coming to Qing province. Lei Tianlan's crazy voice continued to spread, making people tremble with fear. This woman looked weak, but she was very vicious. No wonder Lin Ling wanted to kill her. Boom, boom. Lin Ling was also continuously attacking, but it was clearly a little difficult to break the thunderclap command. Time passed bit by bit, leaving Lin Ling less and less time. Lin Ling, save it for next time. In the end, a solemn voice came from the sky. It was Vice Dean Gong's voice. Lin Ling could not break Lei Tianlan's defense in a short time, so it was useless to continue fighting. However, Lin Ling still did not retreat. Lin Ling, more experts are coming. We can't hold them off for much longer. Lord Eighth also admired Lin Ling's courage and determination, but if he did not leave now, Lin Ling would probably never be able to leave. Never change. Finally, Lin Ling made a determined voice. Just like his name, he would not stop chasing. His principle would never change. Today, he had to kill Lei Tianlan. Even if he went to hell, he would not regret his choice today. This guy. They stared at the red-haired man in the sky. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration. This was what a martial artist should be like. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Finally, an even more terrifying expert had arrived. The ground shook as if there was an earth dragon swimming in it. Moreover, the entire Four-Ring City was surging. Countless experts immediately fell to the ground, and their faces were extremely pale. What kind of divine being was this? Crackle. Countless thunderbolts rushed out of the ground like fire snakes. The ground of the Four-Ring City exploded, and the whole city was turned into demons. They're here, they're finally here. In the sky, Vice Dean Gong's face was extremely solemn. He knew who was coming. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a huge bamboo tree grew out of the ground. The bamboo was so big that it was even more majestic than any mountain. As the bamboo grew, it was accompanied by thunderbolts. This was the thunder bamboo, a divine object born in the chaos of the universe. This was also the symbol of the Thunder Sound Manor Master, the Thunder Sound Mother. Her strength was known to everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was also the reason why no one dared to provoke the Thunder Sound Manor. Oh no, what should we do now? Lord Eighth's face was also very serious. With the arrival of the Thunder Sound Mother, Lin Ling would definitely die. My grandmother is here. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lei Tianlan sensed the change in the ground and immediately let out a sharp voice. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her mind. There was only madness and bloodlust. It was hard to imagine that she was actually a delicate woman. She was simply a female demon. Rumble. At the same time, countless bamboos shot toward Lin Ling, accompanied by the terrifying purple thunderbolts. Wherever they passed, a large number of martial artists died. Even their bones were electrocuted into powder. Lin Ling, the moment of life and death had arrived. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others could not save Lin Ling in time. Even if they could, they might not be a match for the Thunder Sound Mother. Die, beast! The old woman's sinister voice rang at the same time. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Second brother. Sakura was still fighting with the Immortal Plum Sword, but he let out an anxious and worried voice. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the thunder bamboo that filled the sky. He was still resolutely attacking Lei Tianlan, as if telling everyone that he would never stop unless he died. Everyone watched helplessly as Lin Ling was drowned by countless bolts of lightning and gradually disappeared. In the end, they could only vaguely see a lonely figure still fighting among the ferocious purple bolts of lightning. He still did not fall. Lin Ling's principle would not change for the rest of his life. 9 lanterns. However, just as the huge power of the thunder bamboo was about to drown Lin Ling, the sky changed and the universe opened. A mysterious fish suddenly swam over from the universe. The fish was huge, ancient, and surging. There were 9 mysterious lanterns on top of its head. Those lanterns were blooming with divine light, illuminating the earth. The purple thunderbolts that entangled Lin Ling were all frozen in place. Then, like ice meeting sunlight, they gradually melted. The 9 lanterns fish was so terrifying. "Who are you?" On the earth, the Thunder Sound Mother let out a shocked voice. The person who could easily destroy her attack was very strong. "Who else is coming? What a powerful strength!" People also exclaimed. After the appearance of the 9 lanterns fish, the entire Four-Ring City was razed to the ground in an instant. No one knew how many people had died. "Lin Ling, I'm not here at the moment, so I can only help you temporarily. You must seize the time." In the sky, a majestic voice floated out, shocking the crowd and making their eardrums hurt. However, they were even more shocked because the person who attacked was not in Qingzhou, but could block the attack of the Thunder Sound Mother. What if that person was in Qingzhou? This was obviously a godlike existence. Lin Ling's appeal is so terrifying. He actually knows such a powerful person. Not only people, but even Vice President Gong and the others were shocked. "It's him." Chapter 2655. I want to be extraordinary. Because the other party was also a member of the 9 States' 10 Evils. He seemed to be Lu Qin, the legendary 9 lanterns of the Founders' Alliance. With the other party's help, Lin Ling was like a fish in water. At this moment, his momentum was rising rapidly, and he continued to suppress Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan did not expect Lin Ling to be so influential. She underestimated Lin Ling again. "It's useless. That person is obviously not in Qingzhou. He will disappear sooner or later. You Lin Ling will also die." However, thinking that Lin Ling would not be able to break her thunder token in a short time, Lei Tianlan shouted crazily. "That's not necessarily true." However, Lin Ling also said coldly. The evil charm on his face gradually disappeared, and he became ruthless and decisive. For some reason, his eyes made Lei Tianlan tremble with fear. Could it be that Lin Ling could really break through her thunder token? "Don't you want the space-time steel? Now I'll show you the space-time steel." Sigh. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Then, an ancient tablet fell from the sky and crushed Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token. Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token was shattered. Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. It's broken, Lin Ling is going to succeed." Sigh. Seeing this, countless people clenched their fists. They were even more nervous than Lin Ling. "I admit that you're very powerful, but don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I don't only have the thunder token." Sigh. However, Lei Tianlan roared again. A jade pendant floated out of her neck, emitting a divine light, and shot up into the sky. Under the light, a large number of thunder bamboos grew. There were 12 of them, firmly guarding Lei Tianlan. Alas, Lei Tianlan still has some tricks up her sleeve. Looking at the mysterious thunder bamboos, many people were stunned and surprised. That's the Thunder Sound illusory gold formation. The Thunder Sound matriarch has really put in a lot of effort. Some of the more knowledgeable ancient powerhouses sighed. The Leiyin Manor was much more powerful than they had imagined. After all, the Leiyin Manor was a spiritual barrier that was even more powerful than the Leiyin token. This meant that Lin Ling had completely failed. After all, he didn't have much time left. "Lin Ling, is it? Let me tell you, you are beyond redemption. If you have the ability, try to kill my granddaughter." She is just standing there for you to kill. Go ahead and kill her. On the ground, the Thunder Mother let out a cold laugh. She knew that Lin Ling was unable to break through the thunderclap illusory gold formation. After all, one would need a cultivation at the 6th level of the True God realm to break through the formation. Moreover, even if one possessed such a cultivation, one would still be unable to break through the formation in a short period of time. And that period of time was enough for the 9 lanternfish in the sky to disappear. Without the 9 lanternfish, Lin Ling was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Regret, fear, and tremble. Lin Ling, don't think that you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. I, Lei Tianlan, am someone you will always have to look up to. Now, even if you beg me to recruit you, I won't be moved anymore. There are many choices in life. One wrong step and you will lose everything. With the help of the thunderclap illusory gold formation, Lei Tianlan's long hair danced wildly as she shouted angrily like a goddess. At this moment, she was sacred and invincible. She was high above Lin Ling and suppressed him. What else do you have to say? The loud voice shocked the great Qing divine dynasty. What else was there to say? Everyone shook their heads at that sentence. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Lin Ling was obviously the loser. He had nothing to say. But even so, everyone admired him. If it weren't for Lei Tianlan's background, Lin Ling would have succeeded long ago. Lin Ling, retreat. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others said regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling, the power I left behind is gradually disappearing. Leave here. The 9 lanternfish in the sky became dimmer and dimmer. He was also persuading Lin Ling to leave. In the past, Lin Ling helped Lu Chen find the white fox. Lu Chen owed Lin Ling a favor, so he had been paying attention to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling disappeared in the huge whirlpool last time, so he couldn't help much. This time, he rushed over immediately after knowing that Lin Ling had returned to Qingzhou. Second brother, go back. Sakura couldn't help but shout. He felt sad for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, but unfortunately he still failed. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't even leave, let alone kill Lei Tianlan. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. Some were sympathetic, some were sneering, and some were gloating. However, Lin Ling's long red hair was dancing wildly in the sky. His cold eyes didn't change at all. This is a battle with my back to the river. I bet my life and everyone's expectations. How can I lose so easily? A firm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making everyone's pupils tremble. Lin Ling, he didn't give up. Was he really going to fight to the death? Big brother, Vice Principal Gong, 8th Lord, Senior Lu, you know that something happened to me, Lin Ling, and immediately came to help without asking for the reason. If I leave now, how can I face you? If I leave this time, my heart of martial arts will completely crumble. I will doubt myself, I will lose my confidence, and my principles will crumble. So, I can't retreat. Martial artists are supposed to go against the heavens. If I don't go against the heavens, then I'm just an ordinary person. I, Lin Ling, can't be an ordinary person. I want to be extraordinary. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, making the earth silent. Lin Ling was more determined than expected. Good, very good, but what's the use? The martial god world and the myriad worlds are divided into the lowly and the weak. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you come from the myriad worlds, you're an ant, trash, and an inferior person. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan made a sarcastic sound and laughed sinisterly. You call me an ant, trash? I think you're the real trash. Lin Ling looked at Lei Tianlan, and the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. Ha, you can't break my spirit formation. It's clear who's the trash. You can show off your power with your mouth. I, Lei Tianlan, am waiting for you to kill me. Lei Tianlan laughed wildly, but her laughter suddenly froze. She didn't even finish her words. Instead, her face was filled with fear. Because in front of her, Lin Ling had raised his right hand at some unknown time. In his palm, a terrifying power spread out. Flames spread out like a cloud wheel, and when it contracted, a fist-sized fireball appeared. Moreover, as the cloud will continue to add to the fireball, it gradually became bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling's right hand was holding a huge blazing sun. Compared to the blazing sun, he was as small as an ant. Lei Dunlan was stunned, and panic appeared in her eyes. The majesty that the fireball gave her was endless. What is this? What a terrifying flame power! The people on the ground were also pale. They never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a trick. Not good. Chapter 2656. Blood splatters all over Jianghu. This guy has such a trick up his sleeve. Vice Principal Gong and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. They blocked the attacks of the Sovereign Marquis and the others even more crazily. Even the owner of the 9-lantern fish couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Lin Ling didn't let them down. This battle had already turned the Fourth Ring City upside down. If Lin Ling returned in defeat, it would be a huge humiliation to everyone because this was also a clash between two great powers. Luckily, Lin Ling didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, you're shameless. How dare you bully a weak girl like me? If you're really a man, we'll fight another 300 rounds in 2 days. Now stop. The fireball in front of her covered the sky, making Lei Tianlan more and more panicked. Fear, regret, shock, all of these emotions were tangled on her face. She thought that the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could make Lin Ling helpless. As long as the time passed, Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, when the fireball appeared, she immediately smelled the scent of death. After all, her Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation could barely block the time and space divine steel. But with the fireball's attack, the Thunder Illusionary Gold Formation would definitely break. I'm shameless? I overcame all difficulties and became the king of the arena just to kill a vicious girl like you. Do you think this process is easy? You made the Fourth Ring City's experts come out together. You made the Thunder Hall move for you. You relied on external forces, but I relied on my own courage. It's clear who's shameless and who's despicable. Plus, you're not a weak girl. Also, you said that I'm a lowly person from 10,000 worlds and you're a noble from the martial god world. But now, a noble like you is going to die at the hands of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling stood in the air, his robe fluttering wildly. He raised one hand and sneered. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill you, even a god can't stop me. Flame wheel. The forbidden fire completely exploded. The rolling fireball was like the light from the destruction of the flame world. At this moment, it appeared in the Fourth Ring City. After colliding with the 12 thunder bamboos, the dazzling light illuminated Jianghu. The 12 thunderclap bamboos were instantly torn apart. Lei Tianlan's eyes widened, and everything in the past flashed through her mind. At that time, she learned that Lin Ling possessed the space-time divine steel. She was greedy and wanted to kill Lin Ling. She thought that it was Lin Ling's fortune that she, Lei Tianlan, was interested in Lin Ling's time and space divine steel. Therefore, Lei Tianlan had no choice but to hand over the treasure obediently. However, she failed. However, she did not care. She thought that Lin Ling was only a Sith. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would come back and kill her in the hands of countless powerhouses? All of this was like a dream. Her heart was filled with regret. If he had tried to persuade Lin Ling back then, or if he had tried to establish a good relationship with Lin Ling, then none of this would have happened. Boom! With a deafening roar, the flames exploded. In the flames, Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lantuh! Thunderclap Manor Mother roared. Her granddaughter was injured right in front of her. This was a great humiliation to the Thunderclap Manor. People also looked at the sky. There was only one sentence in their minds. Lin Ling had succeeded. Lei Tianlan, didn't you want the space-time divine steel? Now I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Ling roared in the sky. He controlled the space-time divine steel and smashed it toward Lei Tianlan. Her eyes widened in shock. She came for the space-time divine steel, but she died for it. I won't accept this. Lei Tianlan's voice could be heard in the Four-Ring City. Boom. Unfortunately, it was useless. The space-time divine steel smashed her into pieces. When she dared to provoke Lin Ling, she already had one foot in hell. Lei Tianlan is dead. Sensing the tremors on the ground, people sighed. Today's matter was full of twists and turns, but Lin Ling finally succeeded in turning the tide and killing Lei Tianlan. However, no one thought that Lin Ling was lucky. Everything he did was obvious to all. Is that the space-time divine steel? It's so scary. Xian Linglong also stared at the sky. Of course, she was more shocked by Lin Ling's madness because even she couldn't kill Lei Tianlan, but Lin Ling succeeded. This counterattack was a miracle. At the same time, a figure landed on the space-time divine steel. His long red hair danced wildly, and his body was covered in scales. It was Lin Ling. At this moment he was the center of attention. At this moment his name was known in Qingzhou. At this moment he let people know what a real martial artist was. How dare you kill me? Qingzhou will be stained with blood. After a brief moment of silence, the Thunder Sound mother roared, "You killed my granddaughter." She still didn't seem to accept the reality, because a junior like Lin Ling was not qualified to be arrogant in front of her. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even killed Lei Tianlan in front of her. Lin Ling, I can only help you to this point. The rest depends on your luck. Goodbye. At the same time, the 9 lantern fish in the sky began to dissipate, which made many people come to their senses. Because without the 9 lantern fish, Lin Ling was in danger. Vice President Gong and the others also knew that the trouble was not over, and that the real disaster was coming. Although Lei Tianlan was dead, Lin Ling couldn't escape. Was this a mutual destruction? Everyone thought so and looked at the man on the steel. Thunderclap Mother, I, Lin Ling, will avenge you for killing me in the past. However, even though the man on the steel was very weak, the flames in his eyes were still burning. Lin Ling was not afraid. He didn't even intend to let go of Thunderclap Mother. And you, Lin Ling, don't have a big grudge against you, but today you set me up, so I must kill you. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out again. Marquis Sovereign Heaven, the people of the 4 commanderies had tried to harm him repeatedly. Since that was the case, he would not stop until he was dead. Great waves rose in everyone's hearts when they heard those arrogant words. Was Lin Ling going to return an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye? Not long ago, they would have thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense. But now, Lei Tianlan was the best example. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Good. I like fearless juniors like you the most. But do you think you can live through today? At this moment, the Thunderclap Mother also let out a roar, and countless thunderclap bamboos rushed out from the ground, sealing off the sky on Lin Ling's side. I'm so scared, but come and kill me. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. We'll watch you be obliterated with our own eyes. After being stunned for a while, the Marquis Sovereign Heaven's experts sneered. Lin Ling still wanted to kill them? Dream on. Lin Ling is really arrogant. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing Thunderclap Mother's crazy, outstanding performance, people shook their heads regretfully. After today's events, they also completely admired Lin Ling. However, this was also a hero's lament. Go to hell. Lin Ling obviously couldn't block Thunderclap Mother's attack. Chapter 2657. The Imperial Edict had arrived. The Azure Emperor's Imperial Edict has arrived. However, at this moment, a majestic imperial aura surged forth. A mysterious person had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. He held a resplendent imperial edict in his hand, as if he was the ruler of the world. As soon as the imperial edict came out, a huge pressure suppressed the entire 4-ring city and silenced it. No matter what kind of expert they were, their hearts were trembling at this moment. Emperor Qing. According to legend, he was one of the first 9 people to be born in the chaos of the universe. Like the other god emperors of the 9 states, he had an endless lifespan and was the first emperor of the myriad worlds. All the emperors of the myriad worlds were his subjects. His divine might, his holiness, there was no one in the world who didn't kneel before him. Plop. Instantly, everyone in the 4th ring city knelt down. An imperial edict? However, many experts were also surprised. They did not expect that the incident in the 4th ring city would alarm the great Azure divine dynasty. Of course, they could guess what would happen next. Because Lin Ling had made such a big fuss and attracted so many cultivators, the great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely want to kill him. Otherwise, what dignity would the Divine Dynasty have? Therefore, the Imperial Edict was definitely to kill Lin Ling. Thunder Sound Mother's face was full of cold laughter. Now, even God could not save Lin Ling. The faces of Vice Principal Gong and the others were incomparably pale. With the arrival of the Imperial Edict, Lin Ling was beyond redemption. Countless gazes immediately raised their heads and looked at the mysterious person expectantly. The mysterious person looked at the ground indifferently and finally spat out a sentence. Lin Ling of the Resplendent Academy is innocent. When this sentence floated out, the entire Four-Ring City exploded. Right now, Sihuan City was completely destroyed because of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was innocent? Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered, unable to guess the meaning of this imperial edict. My lord, Lin Ling has offended his superiors and slandered the rules of the Divine Dynasty. How can he be innocent? Are you seeing things? The one who found it the hardest to accept was undoubtedly the Thunder Sound Mother. She raised her head and roared, "How dare you!" In the sky, the mysterious man in the divine robe shouted coldly, and the imperial decree in his hand pressed down. The terrifying imperial aura enveloped Thunderclap Mother, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. The imperial edict was the dignity of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, the light of 10,000 emperors. Thunder Sound Mother actually dared to question the imperial edict. She was simply courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that she was old and had meritorious service, she would have been crushed into pieces. My lord, please repeat the imperial edict again. Old Mother Lain didn't dare to act rashly and said respectfully. She was afraid that the mysterious man had seen wrongly, so she wanted to hear him admit it himself. That's impossible. Lin Ling is just a junior without any background, and Mother Lain is a favorite of the God Empress. How could the great Azure Deity Dynasty help Lin Ling? There must be something wrong. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also did not believe the result in front of him. In fact, the others were the same. They were all staring at the sky. The mysterious man was still expressionless. At this moment, he held the imperial edict with both hands and said again, "By the order of the Azure Emperor, Lin Ling is not guilty. Moreover, Lin Ling is not afraid of power. For the sake of martial arts, he defeated the strong as the weak. Therefore, the great Azure Divine Dynasty has decided to reward him with the position of Grand Marshal, unifying the 6 military camps, and his military rank is only below the Grand Secretary. Not only was he not killed, but he was also rewarded." At this moment, the entire Fourth Ring City was silent. Thunder Sound Mother's gaze was trembling. She spat out a mouthful of blood as if she had been slapped 3,000 times. Her granddaughter was killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Fourth Ring City. In the end, not only was he not guilty, but he was also rewarded. So, her granddaughter died in vain? She was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. How could this be? The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also kept shaking his head. He felt that all of this was a dream. They even thought that this was fake. The Emperor of Tating Commandery even slapped himself hard to see if this was a dream. Slap. Unfortunately, it hurt. This was not a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling knows someone in the great Azure Divine Dynasty? Some of the ancient strong people secretly guessed. Meng Lu, what is the background of this Lin Ling? Xian Linglong was also surprised and couldn't help but ask. However, Meng Lu frowned and shook his head. He didn't know either. Among all the people, only one person revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and it was Sakura. He knew that the grandmother had made her move. Only that grandmother of his had such power. Did you hear it clearly? At this moment, the mysterious man asked indifferently. However, the whole place was silent. Thunder Sound Mother, did you receive the imperial edict? The mysterious man's voice became deeper and deeper as he stared at Thunder Sound Mother. He knew that Thunder Sound Mother wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he also reminded her not to disobey the imperial edict. Thunder Sound Mother raised her head. Her face was full of unwillingness. She obviously didn't want to agree. Because if she did, not only would she be too ashamed to face others, but it would also be a great humiliation to the Thunder Sound Manor. Did you receive it? However, the mysterious man was domineering. Yes, old servant. Sensing the majestic gaze of the mysterious man, Thunder Sound Mother had no choice but to lower her head. Lin Ling is not guilty. He's completely fine. Seeing Thunder Sound Mother lowering her head in humiliation, the crowd was in an uproar. This result was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. Good. Vice Principal Gong and the rest finally relaxed. They immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had already fallen into a coma. However, he was still standing proudly on the ground. What a tough guy. Lord Eighth sighed. He didn't expect that the younger generation, who was slightly valued in the past, would attract the attention of the great Qing divine dynasty. This was really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Second brother. Under countless gazes, Sakura took the lead and flew towards Lin Ling. Then he carried Lin Ling and left. Although there was an imperial edict, there were many men of sacrifice in Qingzhou. As long as they received their master's order, they would dare to disobey the imperial edict. Therefore, for safety's sake, it was better to leave. Looking at Sakura leaving with Lin Ling on his back, Ring City was silent. Lin Ling. Thunder Sound Mother's eyes were as red as blood, and her body was trembling non-stop. She had to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had escaped. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could hide forever. The same thought appeared in the minds of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the rest. Lin Ling had obviously become a big problem. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that they hadn't had enough. Today was really too exciting. Lin Ling had brought them too many surprises. Meng Lu, your vision is really good. Today is simply Lin Ling's stage. Xian Linglong said meaningfully. Previously she had also helped Lin Ling. Looking at it now, it seemed to be the best choice she had made in her life. It seems that if I want to surpass him, I have to work harder. Meng Lu didn't answer Xian Linglong. Instead, he secretly clenched his fist. Chapter 2658. Brothers gather. A day later, the battle in Qing Province's Ring City spread throughout the entire Qing Province. Countless people were shocked. Who is this Lin Ling? So crazy. Yes. He's the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Not long ago, he was the strongest second generation. Yes. I really envy him. However, I heard that the battle that day was extremely intense. It was soul-stirring and showed off the might of our generation. Yes. In the three academies, the geniuses were all talking about this matter. At the crucial moment, their blood was boiling. Because Lin Ling was the true genius that they wanted to catch up to. Unknowingly, a month had passed quietly. Only then did the commotion in Qing Province subside. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In the past month, he had been recovering and recuperating. Although the battle that day did not cause him any serious injuries, after using the heart of the flame god, his consciousness was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was determined to kill Lei Tianlan and his will was firm. That was how he avoided the backlash of the evil flame change. Although the evil flame was strong, the side effects were extremely obvious. I used the flame wheel and the space-time divine steel. That power could kill a 6th-level true god. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he knew that it could only kill an ordinary 6th-level true god. Moreover, that battle also showed Lin Ling the strength of the great Qing divine dynasty. There were countless experts. Right now, Thunderclap Mother and the others must hate me to the core. I have to become stronger. While recovering, Lin Ling was also slowly increasing his cultivation realm. However, after the battle in the Meeting of Heroes, Lin Ling's foundation was extremely solid. In addition to the treasures that Vice Principal Gong and the others gave him, he naturally broke through after a month. 2nd-level true god. The world river in his Dantian was even larger. When it surged, it could drown 10,000 worlds. However, There were no changes in his second dantian. It was still in the first-level True God realm. After that, Lin Ling slowed down his cultivation speed. Moreover, he recalled the events at the Four-Ring City, especially the Nine Lanterns fish Luchin. He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, doing good deeds occasionally would bring good luck. By helping White Fox, her husband was returning the favor. After that, Lin Ling left the room. Second brother, you're awake. You've been cultivating for 2 whole months. Noticing that Lin Ling had come out, Sakura immediately laughed. Milord. Master. Boss. The others couldn't help but feel happy. They already knew what happened in the Fourth Ring City. At this moment, they worshipped Lin Ling to the extreme. Big brother, you're really amazing. Now, the whole street is talking about you. Your unchanging principle has become the motto of many geniuses. Little Flame rubbed his bald head as he looked excitedly at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to laugh involuntarily. He rubbed Little Flame's bald head as he recalled the days when he had fought alongside Little Flame. This caused him to sigh a little. The battle in the past seemed distant, but it was as if it had happened just yesterday. Countless battles and countless moments of life and death made Lin Ling stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel emotional about what happened at the Ensemble of Heroes. That battle could be called a battle of life and death. If the imperial decree ordered him to die, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Without the Nine Lanterns fish Senior Luchin, it would be even more difficult for him to escape from Lei Mother. All of this seemed to be luck, but it seemed to be predestined. However, Lin Ling didn't regret killing Lei Tianlan. Because if Lei Tianlan knew that Lin Ling had returned alive, she would definitely attack Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would be in a passive position and could only run for his life to resist Lei Tianlan's attack. Therefore, the best choice was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Big brother, was it her who helped me that day? Then Lin Ling looked at Sakura. During this period of recovery, he had been constantly guessing. In the end, there was only one conclusion, and that was Grandma Wendao. Sakura nodded with a smile. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grandma Wen's origin was so mysterious, but why was this old lady hiding in the rainforest Holy Land? It seemed that Grandma Wendao had a story that Lin Ling didn't know. Then, Lin Ling didn't ask any more questions. Some things would come sooner or later. Knowing more now might not be useful. Little Flame, 3rd level World King Realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. His gaze swept around and found that martial god Jianghu, Sword Immortal Firmament and the others had all reached the 2nd level World King Realm. As for Lai Qing, Yanggon and the others, they were all at the 4th level World King Realm. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw an acquaintance. It was the 9 spirits of heaven who had been cultivating together under the 7 emperors' heaven. 9 spirits of heaven, you also came to the martial god world? Lin Ling was shocked. More and more people from the rainforest Holy Land were coming to the martial god world. Moreover, they were all brothers who had fought side by side with him. Ha Lin Ling, you've finally seen me. I thought you were ignoring me and was about to silently cry. The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with her halberd on her back, all smiles. You're looking for a beating. Lin Ling scolded Xianyuan Jiuhun and punched him in the chest. Xianyuan Jiuhun was stunned for a moment before he laughed even louder. With Lin Ling's current status and strength, he didn't need to care about her at all. But Lin Ling didn't. He was still the same as before. And this was Lin Ling's principle. No matter how strong he became or how high his status was, he, Lin Ling, was still Lin Ling. Yes, I, Lin Ling, have more and more brothers arriving at the Blue Province. This proves that our rainforest Holy Land isn't weak. In the future, I want even more people to come to the Blue Province. Lin Ling confidently said, a bold idea rising in his mind. His words caused everyone to laugh in excitement. You are the pride of the rainforest Holy Land, and also rare geniuses. Lin Ling knew that wanting to comprehend a world essence seed in the rainforest Holy Land was extremely difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. But the 9 spirits of heaven had succeeded. This was a precedent that had been set. The real genius of the rainforest Holy Land is you, Lin Ling. We followed your footsteps here." Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven solemnly shook their heads and said word by word. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leaving behind a large number of cultivation methods and cultivation resources after returning to the rainforest Holy Land, the 9 spirits of heaven wouldn't have been able to comprehend a world essence seed in their lifetime. Lin Ling had paved the path, and they could only follow it. "Yes, you will always be our boss." Little Flame also nodded. Lin Ling blocked all the wind and rain so that they could cultivate in peace. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't be here today. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He casually asked, "Have you all entered the Resplendent Academy?" "Yes, and we are doing well in the Resplendent Academy." Speaking of this, Sword Immortal Song Tian couldn't help but proudly say. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he was somewhat puzzled. Then, Sword Immortal Song Tian said with admiration, "Because of Master's name, we can do whatever we want in the Resplendent Academy." Chapter 2659. Return to the Martial God Battalion. Why do I feel like I've left a bad name in the Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling was taken aback. He rubbed his nose and said. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The impression that Lin Ling gave to Resplendent Academy was indeed a bad name. He had even become an existence that could not be provoked. Lei Tianlan was an example. She dared to provoke Lin Ling and barge into the Fourth Ring City. She didn't show any respect to anyone. Sometimes, although the word villain was unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that it was a huge protective umbrella. Alright, so be it. I'm used to it anyway. Lin Ling was still rubbing his nose. He didn't care what others said. Everyone chatted as they walked out of the market square. Soon after, Lin Ling was surprised to discover that his rainforest market square was filled with customers. When the rogue cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all bowed respectfully. It was clear that in Second Ring City, Lin Ling was like half the sky. No one dared to provoke him. But Shopkeeper Lin, TSK, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. That's for sure. Shopkeeper Lin is young, but his name has already spread throughout the Azure Province. He's the #1 genius of the Resplendent Academy. Does Shopkeeper Lin have a wife? Although martial artists don't look old because they cultivate, starting a family and establishing a career is still a path that martial artists must take. Shopkeeper Lu, you want to introduce your daughter again, right? Get lost, your daughter is not good enough for Shopkeeper Lin. As more and more people arrived, the owner of the nearby market also arrived and spoke politely. The owners of these markets also had great backgrounds. Furthermore, they were all shrewd people. Naturally, they knew how to build good relationships. Looking at the lively scene, Lin Ling was stunned. However, Yu Yu and Xian Yuange immediately showed a dark expression. They were obviously jealous. Seeing this, the shopkeepers who wanted to introduce their daughters were all scared out of their wits. After a few chuckles, they fled. They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already married, and his wife was extremely beautiful. Their daughter couldn't compare at all. Second brother, I didn't expect you to be so henpecked. Among everyone, only Sakura dared to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling bitterly smile and said, Big brother, don't add oil to the fire. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't let me enter the room tonight. When they heard Lin Ling's words, the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. This kind of Lin Ling was the most real, just like the big brother next door. Everyone chatted and laughed wittily as they left the rainforest market. After arriving outside, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. Now that he had become the Grand Marshal, it was time for him to return to the Martial God's barracks to take a look. After all, Chiyuhu had been running around for him. When something happened to him, Chiyuhu came without asking for the reason. Lin Ling had no choice but to return this favor. Chiyuhu had long wanted Lin Ling to take over the Martial God's barracks. Since he was free today, he might as well complete this matter. He told everyone his thoughts, then led them out of the Qing province and towards the Martial God's barracks. The Martial God's barracks was far away from here, but everyone's strength wasn't weak. Therefore, after half a day, a huge barracks appeared in front of them. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked at the army camp that was filled with high morale. He couldn't help but smile. The martial god's barracks was the first place where Lin Ling grew up in the Qing province. He had left many memories there. Today, he was returning home in glory. At that time, I almost killed you in this area. Queen Qianji's voice drifted out when she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts. The first time she met Lin Ling was when she was a scout in the martial god's barracks. Fortunately, you didn't kill me. Lin Ling replied with a smile, otherwise, no one would help you take revenge. Queen Qianji fell silent when she heard this. She was extremely grateful. The revenge Lin Ling mentioned was naturally to kill the sovereign marquis. The sovereign marquis was Queen Qianji's biggest enemy. However, it was difficult for Queen Qianji to kill him, but Lin Ling could. However, the sovereign marquis wasn't simple. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling's team might be wiped out. Therefore, Queen Qianji didn't want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter. Stop. Or you stop. When Lin Ling and the others approached the martial god's barracks, an angry shout came from the front. It was the soldiers guarding outside the barracks. However, they were obviously new recruits. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others. How dare you? Do you know who he is? Falling Flowers Flowing Water shouted angrily and strode forward. The soldiers shuddered and took a step back. However, one of the young men gritted his teeth and didn't back off. I don't care who you are. This is a military base. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. After he finished speaking, a gun appeared in his hand. It was a gun filled with murderous intent. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. The young man said word by word. Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others were furious when they saw this. Is that guy rebelling? They wanted to step forward, but Lin Ling stopped them with a smile. Instead, he strode forward. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man's eyes widened. He almost stepped aside. Although the young man looked calm, it was like the calm before the storm. He had no doubt that he would be torn to pieces if the storm came. However, he still didn't back off. He held the gun and pointed it at Lin Ling. Of course, his arm was trembling. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. Martial God's Spear. The young man attacked. It was the basic spear technique of the martial god barracks. This was a first-grade boundary origin martial art. Naturally, this martial art was no threat to Lin Ling. The spear was like a dragon. However, Lin Ling's hand was even faster. Under the young man's unfathomable gaze, he instantly grabbed the spear. This caused the young man's eyes to narrow and his face to turn pale. He knew that this person was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could grab his most powerful technique with a single hand. He's dead. He's dead. The other soldiers muttered to themselves. They could imagine the young man's fate. You attacked me with your spear? At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young man. His gaze was like a torch, causing the young man to finally lower his head. He knew that he was in trouble. Ironically, no one came to his aid. However, just when the young man thought that he was doomed, Lin Ling smiled and said, Your spear isn't bad. However, it would be even more perfect if the tip of the spear was a centimeter higher. These words undoubtedly struck the young man as if he'd been struck by lightning, because the expert before him was actually giving him pointers. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. No wonder he'd always felt that his ultimate spear technique seemed to lack some charm. It turned out that it was a centimeter higher. A centimeter didn't seem like a big change, but in reality, when cultivators fought, it was often this centimeter difference that determined victory and defeat. How dare you, Yi Xiu? Do you know who he is? Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard from the martial god barracks. Chapter 2660. The Three Great Generals. Commander Huang Qi. The soldiers immediately cried out in alarm, because the person who appeared was actually the great commander. However, the commander didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you are back. The person who came was Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling's former superior. Commander Ling Hu and the others were all here. Apparently, they knew who Lin Ling was. However, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion didn't know, because it was an order from the Great Qing dynasty. Ordinary soldiers didn't have the right to know. "Sir, who is Lin Ling?" Someone cried out in surprise and knelt down on one knee. "You should know that the Martial God Battalion is going to have a new commander. He is the new commander." Commander Huang Qi blandly said. "What? But he is so young." "Lin Ling. I remember now. He is the soldier who created the miracle of the Martial God Battalion." The expressions of the surrounding soldiers changed drastically. As for the soldiers guarding the gate, their faces were as pale as paper. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down. "We are finished. We are finished." They actually dared to stop the commander of the Martial God Battalion. The young man whose spear was held by Lin Ling was shaking. He looked at Lin Ling and couldn't believe it. "Is this the commander?" He was very clear that the others might be spared from death, but they would not be able to escape punishment. Then he would definitely be sentenced to death. The military was strict. Whoever dared to offend the commander would be executed. "You are Yuxiu?" When the young man's face turned pale, Lin Ling suddenly looked at him and asked. The young man nodded. "You remind me of someone. My disciple Yuxiu. However, he is not talented enough. He can't go to the Martial God realm." Lin Ling sighed. Li Xiaoyao had many disciples, but Lin Ling only had two. One was Yi Xiao, and the other was Wan Er. However, they couldn't follow Lin Ling to the Martial God realm. What a pity! Even so, Lin Ling still treated them as his own disciples. "Martial Lin Ling, if you want to kill them, please do as you please. This matter has nothing to do with them. They didn't stop you." Yi Xiu gritted his teeth and raised his head, pleading for mercy for the soldiers behind him. "You'd rather die for them?" Lin Ling said with great interest. "This is my mistake. I am willing." Yi Xiu knew that he was going to die, so he nodded his head heavily. "You are a recruit now, right?" However, Lin Ling did not say that he would kill Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was a little confused, but he still nodded his head, replying to Lord Marshal, "I just joined the Martial God camp this year." "All right, from today onwards, you are the Grand Commander." Lin Ling gave him a look of appreciation before he strode into the Martial God's camp. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts rumbled, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Yi Xiu went against his superiors and attacked Martial Lin Ling, but not only did Martial Lin Ling not kill him, he even made him a great commander. This was incomprehensible. Especially Yi Xiu, he felt as if he was dreaming. The words, "great commander," made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Lord Marshal, why?" As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would do this. "Because you don't know who I am, but you sensed that I was very strong. Even so, you still attacked me to protect the dignity of the Martial God camp. That alone is enough." Lin Ling said with a pause between each word with his back to Yi Xiu. As soon as he finished speaking, tears flowed out of Yi Xiu's eyes. The reason he attacked before was because he wanted to protect the dignity of the Martial God camp. If an army camp was allowed to be invaded by others, what kind of military prestige would it have? Therefore, he risked his life to walk out. However, Martial Lin Ling understood his painstaking efforts. "Once you call me Lord, Lord forever." Thinking of this, Yi Xiu knelt on one knee and slammed his fist on the ground with a bang as he spoke in a soul-stirring manner. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled slightly. With his back to Yi Xiu, he waved his hand and walked into the Martial God camp. Sakura and the others shook their heads. Lin Ling's way of doing things was still different from the rest. However, this was Lin Ling. After they entered, the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at Yi Xiu enviously. After all, it was the first time in the history of the Martial God camp that someone had become a commander after just entering. Therefore, they were very envious. They envied Yi Xiu's fearlessness and how he was valued by Martial Lin Ling in the end. Of course, they were only envious. They weren't jealous because Yi Xiu had risked his life for this. "Yi Xiu, you're quite lucky. If you had encountered an unprincipled marshal, you would already be dead. Cherish your current military position and serve Lord. Commander Huang Qi smiled at Yi Xiu and personally helped him up. Yi Xiu was overwhelmed by the favor and said, "Lord, this is..." However, Commander Huang Qi's next sentence made him speechless. "From now on, we're on equal footing, so there's no need to call me Lord." Indeed, Yi Xiu had already become a commander and was on equal footing with Commander Huang Qi. After Lin Ling entered the martial god barracks, all the people in the barracks came out to welcome him and shouted in unison, "Marshal!" All the soldiers, commanders, and commanders looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Especially some of the veterans, they all recognized Lin Ling. However, they never would have thought that after Lin Ling left that day, he would return today and become a marshal. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't just a marshal, he was also the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks. It was just that this matter happened in the distant Qingzhou, so they didn't know. "Lord Lin Ling, welcome back." At this moment, 3 generals appeared. The one in the lead was Huang Fuidao. During the scout mission in the past, Huang Fuidao had saved Lin Ling from the hands of Queen Qianji. At that time, he was extremely optimistic about Lin Ling. But who knew that what his intuition said would come true? Lin Ling had become the martial god camp's marshal. Thinking back to all of this, it felt like a dream. Li Pomo greets Lord. The other 2 generals also bowed. Their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was only respect in their eyes. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. In reality, he had only come to the martial god camp to return a favor to Red Jade Tiger. He was very concerned about the position of marshal. Of course, he still had to have the necessary military power. So, Lin Ling smiled and nodded lightly, and said in a dignified manner, "Take me to the martial god camp." "Yes, Lord." The 3 generals nodded, turned around, and strode forward. The eyes of all the soldiers flickered as they looked at Lin Ling's back. Especially some of the new soldiers. After they found out about everything Lin Ling had done, there was only admiration on their faces. The martial god camp was the highest authority in the martial god camp. Lin Ling sat at the head of the table, and the 3 generals and commanders sat down one after another. "Where's Marshal Red Jade Tiger?" Lin Ling was the first to speak. Chapter 2661. Summon the 6 barracks. Lord Red Jade Tiger has become a hands-off boss. Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling said somewhat helplessly. His words made all the soldiers in the barracks smile bitterly. The position of marshal was something everyone dreamed of. In the end, Marshal Lin Ling seemed to be very unwilling to do it. "All right, everyone, don't be restrained. In front of me, Lin Ling, there's no need for that." Sigh. Looking at the silent barracks, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. He disliked rules and regulations the most. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. "Sir, is this true?" Sigh. Huang Fuidao blinked and asked. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Sigh. "You should have said so earlier. I knew you weren't the kind of person who doesn't recognize people in the blink of an eye. But you're really amazing. You actually became a marshal." Sigh. "What marshal?" "I heard that you've already become a grand marshal and can summon the 6 barracks." Sigh. Sure enough, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. This guy didn't even want to be a general, but he became a grand marshal. Sigh. The 3 great generals chattered endlessly. They were the only ones in the barracks who dared to do so. However, as they spoke, they felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They found that Lin Ling's face had darkened. Heavens, we actually ridiculed Lord Marshal in public. Sigh. But he said he didn't care. Sigh. The 3 great generals immediately trembled with fear. "Men, drag them away and give them 100 beatings." Sigh. At this time, Lin Ling said majestically. His words made the 3 old men's beards puff up. "Lin Ling, you tricked us." Sigh. "You bully this old man." Sigh. The 3 of them felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Lin Ling who had said that she did not care. That was why they had spoken so boldly. Who would have thought that this little fox, Lin Ling, would settle the score at an opportune moment? Seeing their red eyes, Lin Ling's originally gloomy face finally revealed a smile. "Ha, I was just teasing you. Could it be that only you three old men can make fun of me, Lin Ling? But I, Lin Ling, can't make fun of you." As soon as these words came out, the three generals were like deflated balloons. With a putong sound, they sat down one after another. With a bitter expression, they said, "Sir, it's not easy to joke about the military rod. Moreover, everything was going well, so why did you suddenly become so imposing? That would scare us to death." If they were beaten, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the martial god battalion tomorrow. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sakura, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were also the same. They were laughing so hard that they fell off their horses. In fact, although falling flowers, flowing water, and the others didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was extremely amiable. Even if they made fun of him, he wouldn't care. The reason why they didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling was that they revered him from the bottom of their hearts. "Alright, all of you, get up. You're already so old, yet you're sitting on the ground in fear. If others see this, you'll be embarrassed to death." After Lin Ling smiled, he personally walked down and helped the three old men up. These three old men were all unyielding men. They were not afraid of enemies, nor were they afraid of any calamity. The only thing they were afraid of was military law. Because they were soldiers. "There's one more thing that I came back for this time, and that is to unify the 6 battalions. Moreover, I have a mission to send out." After Lin Ling helped the 3 generals up, his eyes were somewhat cold. "What mission?" Huang Fuidao immediately asked curiously. "Confiscation." Lin Ling sneered coldly. "Confiscation of the homes of Tating Commandery and Weiwa Commandery." In the past, in Sihuan City, the 2 emperors wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they failed in the end. Today, Lin Ling came to collect the debt. Interesting. The 3 generals all smiled excitedly. Naturally, they didn't dare to send out such an order, but Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. He had the right to do so. But how do we confiscate their homes? Although the 4 commanderies are allies, they also have a strong background. Idiot! Are you stupid? Just pin a crime on them. Anyway, Lin Ling, that cunning little fox, will definitely have a way. No, that's not right. It's Lord Lin Ling's divine foresight. What a divine foresight. I, Li Pomo, am the first to admit defeat. The 3 generals were still talking excitedly. Lin Ling couldn't help but roll his eyes. These old men really didn't know how to talk. However, they were also cunning old foxes. Pass down my order. One day later, the 6 barracks will gather in the prairie. Then, Lin Ling looked outside the barracks, and his calm voice floated out. However, that calm voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The 3 generals were stunned. In Lin Ling, they seemed to see the young Lord Red Jade Tiger, and he was even more powerful than Red Jade Tiger. "This time, we will go to Spring Terrace to gather our old subordinates, and we will kill the King of Hell with 100 banners." That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Martial God Barracks. He didn't stay idle, and he made use of the time to cultivate. Currently, he had reached level 2 of the True God realm. His strength was so strong that ordinary level 4 True Gods were no match for him. If he used the Flame Wheel and Space-Time Divine Steel, he could even kill a level 6 True God. However, although these trump cards were strong, they could only be used once in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't want to rely too much on these trump cards because it wasn't beneficial to his growth. "Although I'm very strong now, Green Province is vast, and I haven't reached the peak of the pyramid. Sooner or later, I will walk out of Green Province and catch up to Li Xiaoyao." Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, in this life, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was faster than Li Xiaoyao's, and the time he spent was also shorter. Moreover, in this life, Lin Ling's foundation was more solid. Among the triple cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit, his qi and spirit had reached a new level, but his essence didn't have much of a breakthrough. On the other hand, essence was the strength of his physical body. Stepping into a new level, the Chaos Divine Formula could be cultivated to the 3rd level, and the 3rd Dantian would be born. The night passed quietly, and Lin Ling felt that his cultivation had improved. Then he went outside the barracks. Outside, everyone in the martial god barracks was already waiting there. They looked at the new marshal with excitement in their eyes. "Let's go to the prairie." Lin Ling smiled and took the lead. This prairie was the prairie where the scout mission used to be. It was vast, boundless, and ancient. Lin Ling sat on top of a mountain peak, with only 3 generals by his side. The soldiers of the martial god barracks were gathered in the prairie. They were densely packed, and their auras were extremely majestic. There were scout barracks, spear barracks, archery barracks, and so on. If these soldiers appeared in the myriad of worlds, they could easily sweep through thousands of worlds. In the eyes of the warriors in the myriad of worlds, these were divine soldiers. This was the first time the 9 spirits of heaven had come to the martial god barracks. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. Divine soldiers and divine generals. This was the only way they could describe the martial god barracks. Moreover, they felt that many of the soldiers were stronger than them, and they were existences that could dominate. However, these terrifying existences were actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was unreal. Martial. Chapter 2662. He refused to accept it. Oeo. The other beasts roared as well. There was a 3-headed giant wolf, a mutated vine dragon, an ancient Qilin beast, and even a martial god giant. These divine beasts all knelt down and looked at the man on the mountain peak with reverence. "Master is so mighty." Seeing this, ancient martial god Jianghu and the others were filled with excitement. It was as if they were witnessing the arrival of a king. "Get up." At this moment, on the mountain peak, Lin Ling calmly waved his hand. He was not affected by the aura of the vast army. He even sensed that within the army, mysterious auras were suspended in the sky and then drifted around Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that this was a type of faith power. This was because the army used Lin Ling as their flag and believed in Lin Ling. They believed in the marshal and worshipped him. Thus, this mysterious power was born. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He allowed the power of faith to flow into his body. With this, he could use it to temper his body, making it impervious to all evil. At the same time, Lin Ling took out a book to read. This was the historical record of the martial god barracks. It recorded all the major events that had happened in the martial god barracks. Beside it was the martial arts of the martial god barracks. Lin Ling also began to check them. There were all kinds of strange martial arts, many of which Li Xiaoyao had never seen before. Originally, Li Xiaoyao's martial arts foundation was very deep, and now it was even more accumulated. Army formation? Lin Ling also saw a large number of military strategies. Of course, what interested him the most was the military formations. Those military formations were broad and profound, seizing the essence of the universe, able to make the sun and moon lose their light. In reality, they were also a type of spirit formation. Lin Ling's interest was piqued, and he activated the myriad mammoth's demonic eyes. This brat is actually looking at military formations. Of course, as a marshal, he has to act like one. I'm guessing that Lord Red Jade Tiger is also secretly keeping an eye on this brat, so this brat will definitely not embarrass Lord Red Jade Tiger. However, I won't be able to comprehend the art of military formations in a short period of time. On the side, the 3 great generals snickered. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the army arrived in the distant sky. What was even more frightening was that in front of the army were a large number of headless generals. They wore armor and were like slaves pulling a war chariot as they majestically led the army over. Furthermore, a flag was also fluttering in the wind. 1,000 Trick Battalion. This was also one of the 6 military camps. The eyes of the martial god battalion members flickered when they saw this. However, Lin Ling acted as if he had not heard anything and continued to read his book slowly. At this time, the scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix appeared. In the sky, all kinds of divine birds flew proudly, and behind them were many female soldiers. 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. Next up was the 9 Stars Battalion, Heaven Tribute Battalion. After receiving the order, the 6 military camps all rushed over at this moment. The scene was extremely spectacular. If these 6 armies were to move out, it was likely that even powerhouses that surpassed True God Realm would not be able to withstand their assault too. That surging aura directly caused the hearts of Little Flame and the rest to beat faster. When had they ever seen so many experts? Of course, not only them, even Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's faces were incomparably pale. However, even though so many experts had arrived, the man on the mountain peak still did not move. He would not be moved even if the sky collapsed. Who gave the order? At this time, a roar broke the silence. It was the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Obviously, they did not know who had summoned them, but they sensed that it was a military order from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I'm afraid something big is about to happen for the 6 military camps to gather here. I'm curious as to who will be here today. The Marshal of the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion shouted. In fact, they were extremely unhappy. After all, they had only one day to rush here. Moreover, if they were late, they would be punished by the military order. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Rumble. The armies of the 6 military camps landed one after another, causing the prairie to become even more crowded. At a glance, they looked like statues. Various kinds of armor gathered together, giving birth to surging killing intent. However, everyone looked at the mountain peak. Although many people did not know what was going on, it was obvious that the person on the mountain peak was the person in charge today. Could it be that he gave the order? Who is he? The eyes of all the marshals flashed, and the anger in their hearts became stronger. What kind of expert would come here today? In the end, it was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. One should know that the marshals of the various military camps were mostly very old, and they were also people of virtue and prestige. The young man on the mountain peak was no different from a child to them. For you, what punishment do you deserve for falsely reporting a military order? The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was the first to shout angrily. This person was actually a 3-meter-tall giant. His skin was blue, and his long golden hair was like a lion's. As soon as he finished speaking, the other marshals sneered. That was what they wanted to ask too. However, the man on the mountain peak was still reading, and he did not ask anything. He was as calm as Mount Tai, and he gave off a scholarly feeling. Answer me. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was furious, and he shouted angrily again. Slap him. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth. What shocked everyone was that he was still reading, and he even took a sip of wine from the wine pot. He was so calm and composed that he seemed like a scholarly emperor. This made many people think of a line in a poem, sitting alone in a pond is like a tiger, resting under the shade of a tree to recuperate. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which insect dares to make a sound? Domineering. How dare you? The eyes of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion narrowed. This kid was really arrogant. Swoosh, swoosh. However, 3 figures flew down from the mountain peak. They were Huang Fui Dao and the others, and they landed in front of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Without saying anything, they directly slapped the Marshal's face. At this moment, the whole army was in an uproar. One should know that the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was in charge of several 100 million experts, and he was the king of the 9 Stars Battalion. Not to mention slapping his face, even looking at him was a crime of offending one's superior. But now, such a terrifying expert was slapped in the face, and he was slapped in front of the army. How could the Marshal face others? Huang Fui Dao, Li Pomo, you're courting death. As expected, the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion roared angrily. Slap him again. However, before the 3 marshals could say anything, a calm voice rang out from the mountain peak. It was Lin Ling's voice. Slap, 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 slap. The marshal was stunned. The other marshals and their camps seemed to have been beaten into a daze. There were 2 reasons why the young man was so arrogant. Firstly, he was a madman, and secondly, he had a powerful background. If it was any other time, the soldiers would definitely think that the young man was a madman, but now that the 6 battalions were gathered together, Their auras were so powerful that even a madman would be scared silly. Therefore, the marshals believed that the young man wasn't simple. Moreover, the three marshals were all arrogant people, but they still listened to the young man's words. This proved everything. Fine, fine, fine. I, Crazy 9 Stars, won't act out for the time being for the sake of the army. However, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for massacring the Martial God Battalion. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion also thought of this, so he temporarily restrained himself. That's right. You asked all the battalions to come here at night, and if you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 2663. Questioning the authority of the generals. Explanation? However, the three great generals immediately replied and spread their hands, telling them that they could beat them up if they wanted to. There was no explanation. Such an imposing manner could be said to be extremely arrogant. Huang Fuidao. All the marshals were stunned, and their murderous auras completely erupted. He is the Grand Marshal. However, their anger was instantly quelled by Huang Fuidao's words as though they had been splashed with cold water. All the marshals widened their eyes in disbelief. All of you should have received the news that there is a new Grand Marshal in the 6 barracks. He is under the Grand Secretary, but he can command the 6 barracks. Huang Fuidao took a step forward and spoke again. We have indeed heard of this rumor, but is he the mysterious Grand Marshal? He seems to be very young. I don't believe it. Who is he? Dissatisfied voices rang out from the various military camps. This was because all of this was too sudden for them. As for the marshals and the others, they were also frowning. Huang Fuidao's gaze swept across the army and finally landed on the faces of the marshals. He then said indifferently, "He is Lin Ling." As soon as he said this, a murderous aura suddenly rose in the prairie. Especially the marshals, their eyes trembled violently. Others might not know who Lin Ling was, but with their seniority, how could they not know? In Four Ring City, Lin Ling had caused a huge battle and killed the granddaughter of the Thunder Echo Manor's mansion master. This matter had already shaken Jianghu. He is Lin Ling. The marshals were all mumbling to themselves. The army behind them also had their own thoughts. Some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, but the soldiers who had never been to Jianghu were still confused. However, they could tell that their marshals were all very nervous. Now, tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao took another step forward and said indifferently. All the marshals were silent. If Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, they were indeed not qualified to speak. Sir gave you a day to come, but you came in the afternoon and made the marshal wait for you for half a day. He has already read 3,700 sets of books. Tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao said again. All the marshals' expressions quietly changed and revealed a hint of reverence. As soldiers, as long as they were in the barracks, it was their duty to obey military orders. After your arrival, you all deserve to be slapped in the face. Huang Fuidao's third sentence, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fuidao was the third marshal. His aura was as though it represented the 6 barracks. The marshals gritted their teeth. Huang Fuidao's words had broken their hearts. Great marshals! Finally, the marshals, the marshals, the Grand Marshal, to the marshal. All the soldiers behind them knelt down. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. Lin Ling, I have a brother in the Heavenly Saint Institute. He once told me this name. It is said that he is the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Institute. I've also heard that his cultivation speed is the fastest. In the drill ground, he even won first place in the Pride tournament. I also heard that he killed an expert in the 4th Ring City. TSK, the 4th Ring City is a place that we will never have the chance to go to in our lifetime. The kneeling soldiers secretly transmitted their voices and discussed spiritedly. They never expected that Lin Ling would become the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks at such a young age. Comparisons were odious. Get up. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. Hearing this, All the soldiers stood up and looked at the mountain peak. They were shocked again. On the magnificent mountain peak, the man was still holding the book with one hand and reading it slowly. From time to time, he would stuff a mouthful of wine into his mouth. If he sobered up, he would be in charge of the world. This aura, this indifference, no doubt, shook the hearts of the soldiers. They thought that Lin Ling was still wet behind the ears. But looking at it now, Lin Ling did indeed have the aura of a grand marshal. I have only one order for you to come here. Search the homes of Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery. The 6 barracks will move out together. Lin Ling was still reading his book. His voice carried a hint of laziness as he spoke. He had stated his purpose. What? Hearing this, the faces of the marshals changed. Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery were one of the 4 great commanderies. They were also allies of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Although they were not as powerful as the Great Green Holy Dynasty, they had been in the good books of the Great Green Holy Dynasty for many years. Furthermore, they had sent a large amount of salary to the Great Green Holy Dynasty every year. Hence, they were not to be underestimated. Now, they were going to search their homes? This was no small matter. Do you have the order of the Great Green Holy Dynasty? At this moment, an unwilling voice floated out. The one who spoke was the new marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion. This marshal was also the youngest among all of them. He looked to be about 40 years old. The previous marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was Yu Cheng. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling. This caused the entire Sky Tribute Battalion to be unconvinced by Lin Ling. If he asked them to kneel, they would grit their teeth and accept. However, if Lin Ling wanted to order them around, they would be dreaming. My words are the words of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said lightly. There were no imperial edicts or military orders. It was just a verbal order. What if the Great Green Holy Dynasty pursues this matter? The Sky Tribute Battalion cannot bear the consequences. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. Do I need you to bear the consequences? To put it bluntly, you are not qualified. Even if the sky falls, I, Lin Ling, will hold it up. You just have to do as you are told. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He was still reading his book. That expression and those words were undoubtedly filled with disdain. It was as if he was saying, you are just a small soldier. Just do as you are told. If something big happens, the Great Green Holy Dynasty won't have time for a small soldier like you. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was infuriated. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely not go. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at an elder beside him. Senior Qian Ji, say something. Among the 6 battalions, Senior Qian Ji was the oldest. It was said that when the Great Green Holy Dynasty was first formed, he was already a soldier of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. It took him millions of years to become a marshal. However, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Everyone in the 6 battalions gave him face. Even the Grand Secretary gave him face. At this moment, the white-haired but energetic marshal of the Qianji Battalion remained silent. He did not agree to Lin Ling's request, but he did not reject it either. However, all the marshals knew that Senior Qianji's silence was a rejection. However, this was normal. How could a million-year-old monster listen to Lin Ling's orders? At this moment, all the marshals laughed coldly. Everyone refused to listen to Lin Ling. Let's see what face Lin Ling has left. You are just a true god. How dare you be so arrogant? Senior Qianji is an existence that has surpassed the true god realm. We accept that he is a marshal. Haha, if you are polite, you can call him marshal. If you are rude, you are just a passerby. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. This time, there was an awkward silence. Chapter 2664. 30% Sword Heart. Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal, you seem to be a swordsman. Let's fight. If you win, your army can leave, and I, Lin Ling, will no longer order you around. How about it? Good. At this moment, Lin Ling finally put away the book in his hand and stood up with the wine jug in his hand. He knew that it was time to establish his military might. He also knew that far away Lord Red Jade Tiger, Lord 8, and the others were all watching him. Therefore, Lin Ling could not disappoint them. If you fight me, you're the Grand Marshal. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes flickered. Scared. Lin Ling floated down the mountain and looked at the Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal with contempt. I'm a level 2 true god, and you're a level 5 true god. You don't even dare to spar? How can you call yourself a soldier? Good. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal could not refute. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling had killed Yu Cheng, and Yu Cheng's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, although his cultivation level was higher, he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. What a trash. How about this? I see that you're a swordsman. Let's compete in sword Dao. Lin Ling said again. Just sword Dao? Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal's eyes lit up. If they competed in sword Dao, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. He asked again, good? But Marshal Lin Ling's words should count, right? If I win, our camps will not be under your command? Good. When have I, Lin Ling, not counted? Good. Lin Ling sneered. Of course, what if you lose? Good. Good. The Heaven Tribute Camp Marshal found it hard to answer. This made Lin Ling's eyes full of sarcasm. Indecisive, neither up nor down. How did you become a marshal? How about this? If you lose, you can walk down from your marshal position yourself. Good. Ruthless. Good. The marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion cursed inwardly. He had just become a marshal. However, he glanced at Senior Qianji, who remained silent. He immediately knew that with Senior Qianji's support, he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling would not dare to go back on his words. Then let's fight. A green sword appeared in his hand. The sword was simple and unadorned, like a tranquil ancient lake. However, a sense of calmness pervaded the air. Since he was able to become a marshal, his strength was naturally unquestionable. Moreover, after he drew his sword, his aura changed as well. Looking up at the heavens, the clouds move in all directions. With a sword in hand, I ask the world who is the hero. He instantly struck out with his sword, causing the winds and clouds to change. It was as if a sword had pierced through the void. This sword actually contained 30% of the sword heart. His Omega Sword Dao was extremely formidable. After all, his talent was average and could not compare to Yu Cheng. However, he was still able to become a marshal because of his powerful sword Dao. On the other hand, Lin Ling's sword heart was only at the second level 5. Therefore, this was the reason why he had competed in sword Dao earlier. If he loses, it will be a bit embarrassing. Not only will he lose his prestige in the 6 barracks, but he will also lose his prestige in the Martial God barracks. The other marshals sneered. At this moment, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sword with bright eyes. The sword was very fast and had the speed of 4 realms. Unless he used the Qian Kuan change, he would not be able to dodge the sword. Marshal, it will be too late if you don't draw your sword now. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's voice accompanied the sword. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Many soldiers' eyes flickered. Could it be that Marshal Lin Ling was so weak? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's sword moved. He still had his hands behind his back, but the tyrannical song sword floated up on its own. The sword pointed at the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Then, it split into 2, then into 4, and in an instant, there were 81 swords. These swords all shot toward the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. Clink. A clear sound rang as a murderous aura filled the air, causing the armor of many soldiers to crack. However, the frightening thing was that Lin Ling's 81 swords actually stopped the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal's sword. In terms of the power of the sword, Lin Ling's sword is not as powerful as Gu Feng's. However, he has used the Ashura sword formation to its limit. The power of the 81 swords is not wasted at all. This control is very frightening. The Thousand Chance Camp's marshal frowned as he seemed to have noticed something. The falling leaves rustle, the blood of a warrior is hot, the cold wind is like a blade, the sorrowful song cuts through the air. Riding a fast horse across the heavenly mountain, he draws his bow and sweeps the treasury. The Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal sneered and waved his sword as if he was dancing. The sky was filled with sword shadows that could break through 10 worlds. The dense sword shadows enveloped Lin Ling and rushed toward him. Lin Ling's 81 swords could only stop the Heaven Tribute Camp's Marshal Gu Feng's sword. However, Gu Feng had scattered the swords, making it difficult for Lin Ling to stop them. After all, if one of the 81 swords was missing, he would not be able to stop Gu Feng's sword. However, a frightening thing happened. No matter which angle Gu Feng's swords came from, they would be met by the 81 swords. The Shura swords protected Lin Ling completely as if they were alive. How is this possible? Seeing this, the marshals all cried out in surprise. What terrifying control! In order to be so impenetrable, Marshal Lin Ling would have to focus all of his attention on controlling the swords. They immediately looked at Lin Ling. They immediately realized that Lin Ling was still standing there. Not only was he not focused, he was reading a book like a scholar about to become the top scholar. This caused a stir in the army. How calm and indifferent. How calm and composed. Elder Qian, why is this happening? Even though the marshals were at a higher cultivation level than Lin Ling, they could not understand what was happening. In fact, even Senior Qian Ji was frowning. He could not understand what was happening either. However, he did not dare to confirm his guess. At this moment, Gu Feng's swords were continuously attacking Lin Ling with 30% of his sword heart. However, it was to no avail. Lin Ling was like an iron bucket that he could not bite. Most importantly, Lin Ling had blocked his attack with ease, which infuriated him greatly. Gradually his aura also dimmed. Marshal Lin Ling, it seems that you can only defend like a turtle. Gu Feng said mockingly. It's over. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gu Feng calmly. I admit that your swords are strange. However, if you only know how to defend, you won't be convincing. Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. I'm sorry. I thought that you were very powerful. In the end, I didn't even use 50% of my strength, and you can't do anything about it. I'm very disappointed. Lin Ling shook his head and said helplessly, since you said that I only know how to defend, I'll show you what the way of the sword is. Lin Ling closed the book and waved his sleeve. Swoosh, swoosh. 81 swords were shot at Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng sneered, what's the use? Previously, the 81 swords were only able to block his attacks. Therefore, Lin Ling's swords could not hurt him. However, just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The 81 swords started to change. Azura Chi spread out and began to split. 82 swords. 83 swords. 90 swords. 99 swords. Gradually, it reached 108 swords. Azura Sword Formation 3rd Stage. Chapter 2665. 100 Flowers. Clang. A deafening sound rang out as the 108 swords shot out crazily. The sword in Gu Feng's hand flew out and stabbed into the ground, swaying continuously. Defeat. He couldn't block a single blow from Lin Ling. This caused the prairie to become silent. After all, Marshal Lin Ling had given up on his strongest technique and used the sword Dao to fight against the Heaven Tribute Camp's marshal. The latter had a sword heart and was at the 5th level of the True God realm. How could he lose? This was too strange. What kind of power did Marshal Lin Ling control? If I become a marshal in the future, I will repay the blooming of the peach blossoms. When autumn comes, on the 8th of September, I will kill all the flowers that bloom. At this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around and flew back to the mountain peak, leaving behind a sentence. His words were bold and domineering. Who else but him? Hearing those words, the army couldn't find any words to refute. Marshal Lin Ling, why? At this moment, Gu Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Ling's back with bloodshot eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't know why he lost. Sword array is soldier array. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he replied indifferently. This caused Gu Feng's body to tremble. Could it be that the previous sword wasn't just a sword array, but a soldier array? Soldier arrays could defend themselves. Could it be that this was the reason why Lin Ling could read while defending against his sword? This also meant that when he attacked with his sword, He had already entered Lin Ling's array formation. He learned all the art of war that he read before? The people who were the most surprised were none other than Huang Fui Dao and the others. This was because Lin Ling had been reading all this while, and they thought that Lin Ling was just putting on an act. Who would have known that Lin Ling was really studying the art of war and comprehending the weapon formations? Most importantly, in such a short time, he actually upgraded the Ashura sword array into a soldier array. No wonder Lin Ling could block a sword heart with only 81 swords. It was because of the soldier array. What a terrifying comprehension ability. Huang Fuidao's mouth trembled as he spoke. Gu Feng seemed to have reacted. He finally knew why the great Azure Divine Dynasty valued geniuses. Geniuses were not only the representatives of fighting above their level, but they were also the representatives of miracles. He remained silent and walked towards his sword step by step. After he pulled it out, he looked at it with reluctance. "Old friend, I'm sorry." Clang. His simple and unadorned sword had actually been cut in half by him. After he finished speaking, he strode away and said in a slightly desolate tone, "From now on, I will no longer practice the sword." Everyone looked at the broken sword on the ground, then looked at the dejected Marshal Gu Feng. All of them fell silent. Wait. However, a dignified voice rang out from the peak, causing Gu Feng to stop. He said unwillingly, "Lord Lin Ling, I have already taken the position of marshal and broken my sword. I have already fulfilled my promise. Did I allow you to leave?" Lin Ling stood on the peak and looked coldly at Gu Feng. "As a soldier, you questioned your superior. How should you be punished? Now that you've lost, you're just fulfilling your promise. Are you trying to wash your hands of the crime of offending your superior?" Gu Feng couldn't refute. Lin Ling's words made sense. "Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Gu Feng threw caution to the wind. Many people in the Sky Tribute camp were shocked. They all knelt down and begged for mercy for Marshal Gu Feng. Although this middle-aged man wasn't as good as Yu Qing, he treated his soldiers like his children. That was how he became a marshal. "Are you forcing me to abdicate?" However, Lin Ling didn't appreciate their kneeling. Instead, he said coldly, "All of you, stand up. Otherwise, you'll be punished according to military law." "My lord, please spare Lord Gu Feng. I'm willing to die for him." However, those soldiers still knelt down. They were extremely stubborn. "All right, then I'll kill all of you." However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of anyone. He spoke coldly and mercilessly. His words were domineering, causing all the soldiers' expressions to change drastically. Lord Lin Ling was so cruel. "Stand up immediately." The soldiers in the Martial God Battalion shouted coldly. In the military camp, the military order was the most important. It was even more important than their own lives. Therefore, how could they disobey Lin Ling's orders? Gu Feng's eyes were moist as he looked at his soldiers. However, how could he let all of them die? He quickly shouted, "Everyone, get up. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you for the rest of my life." "My lord." The soldiers all cried, but they still stood up unwillingly. Gu Feng also cried quietly. Men didn't cry easily. However, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and knelt down on one knee. "My lord, please grant me death." He was a soldier. Even if he died, he would die openly. He couldn't let others look down on him. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Sky Tribute Battalion became gloomy. As for the other marshals, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling was cruel and merciless. This was a huge blow to them. They didn't dare to question Lin Ling's authority. "Marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion, you disobeyed your superiors and attempted to desert. Therefore, Lin Ling, have decided to punish you with a great crime. A crime of a lifetime." Lin Ling's voice drifted out. It was extremely cold, but it caused many people's hearts to tremble. It was as if they could already see Gu Feng being beheaded in public. This was to make an example out of him so that the army would revere him. The crime of a lifetime is to serve the Sky Tribute Battalion forever. You'll be responsible for leading the Sky Tribute Battalion to a vaster sky. Therefore, Gu Feng will become the Sky Tribute Battalion's marshal. However, when Lin Ling's final words drifted out, the entire prairie fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Previously, Gu Feng had lost to Lin Ling, so he was stripped of his martial position. But now, Lin Ling had returned it to him. This was too shocking. Gu Feng, accept your punishment. Lin Ling looked at Gu Feng and said. Gu Feng kneeled on the ground, his body trembling. He didn't seem to believe Lin Ling's words, but he immediately nodded. This subordinate accepts his punishment. All right, if after 3 years your Sky Tribute camp is still a pile of trash, then you can bring your head to me. So, you have to do your part well. Lin Ling said again. Yes, Your Excellency. Gu Feng kowtowed to the mountain peak, but as he kowtowed, tears flowed out once more. On the Sky Tribute Battalion side, everyone was ecstatic, but no one dared to laugh out loud. They were truly afraid of His Excellency Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed dignified, but he wasn't as cruel as imagined. Your Excellency, why? At this moment, Gu Feng stood up and bowed to Lin Ling. Do I have to tell you the reason why I do things for the Grand Marshal? Lin Ling glanced at Gu Feng, causing the latter to rub the back of his head awkwardly and laugh out loud. He was grateful to Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. Your Excellency, this time, I, Gu Feng, am willing to be the vanguard for the confiscation of the 2 commanderies. Gu Feng requested. He was the first to oppose Lin Ling, but now he was the first to agree with Lin Ling. Clearly, he was completely convinced by Lin Ling. At this moment, the other marshals looked at Marshal Qianji. The old man smiled. Gu Feng, you really know how to take advantage of others. How can the Sky Tribute Battalion take such military merit? This meant that the 1,000 Trick Battalion would also participate in the confiscation of the commanderies. Obviously, he was convinced of Lin Ling's strength by now. Chapter 2666. Go to Tating Commandery. At this moment, far away in the distance, 2 figures were floating in the clouds. They smiled as they watched the scene unfold. In the beginning, he gave people the impression that he was cruel and merciless, making people respect and fear him. But at the critical moment, he was lenient, like sending charcoal in snowy weather. This was using both soft and hard methods. Not only did he establish his prestige, he also won the hearts of the 6 tribes. The one who spoke was Red Jade Tiger. He was originally worried that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to suppress the army, but in the end, he saw that not only was Lin Ling doing well, but Lin Ling had even surpassed his expectations. Hee, that brat is much more powerful than you. You should know that you, Jianghu, are only powerful in the martial god barracks. In other barracks, you are nothing but a fart. Qianji even looks down on you from the bottom of his heart. Beside him was Lord Eighth. At this moment, he said with a faint smile. His words made the Red Jade Tiger extremely depressed. On the other side of the prairie, the army looked at Lin Ling in awe. Lin Ling stood on a mountain peak, looking at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. Behind him were the marshals of the 6 camps. They stood there quietly without moving. Lord Lin Ling, what did you see? Senior Qianji said with a smile. He was curious about Lin Ling, but at the same time, he was in awe of Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling did not pretend to be majestic. He was a man of his words. Luckily, Lord Lin Ling was lenient in the end. However, Lin Ling threw the jug of wine over and didn't answer. Senior Qianji immediately opened the wine pot and took a sip. Good wine, he exclaimed. Then he threw the wine jug to the other marshals, and the others scrambled to snatch it. To them, it was extremely rare to be able to obtain Milord's wine. Senior Qianji, you asked me what I saw at the top of the mountain. Now, I will ask you the same question. Tell me, what did you see? At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air, causing the 1,000 Chance Battalion Marshal to be surprised. He then looked at the densely packed soldiers on the prairie. Their armors were like clouds, divine beasts roared, and iron hooves tore through the sky. A magnificent army with thousands of men. The 1,000 Trick Battalion Marshal said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the marshals. Wrong. This is my Lin Ling's magnificent army. The moment he said this, all the marshals felt their hearts tremble. The prairie instantly fell silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering sound also rushed out in shock. They were all Lin Ling soldiers. Second brother, you're so domineering. In the prairie, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling had the demeanor of a king since he was young, and now, this demeanor was even more obvious. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Under his command, the neat and tidy army left the Great Plains in a grandiose manner. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Previously, he was cold and emotionless because he wanted to establish his military might. Fortunately, his brutal appearance was quite effective. My god-devil body has been tempered by the power of faith and has improved again. Lin Ling also left the Great Plains and thought to himself. His physical body had always been strong and had the power of 10,000 universes. Unfortunately, he had encountered too many geniuses and experts, so he couldn't use the advantage of his physical body. Therefore, this tempering was a rare opportunity. Tating Commandery, one of the 4 commanderies, had the same history as the Great Qing dynasty. In Lin Ling's hometown, this commandery was known as the Godly Country. In fact, it was indeed so. The warriors of Tating Commandery were godlike existences in the North Territory. However, at this moment, the Godly Country was facing a great calamity because they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. That person was also telling them that today, he had come to collect the debt. Of course, there were too many people in the 6 barracks, so they didn't reach Tating Commandery in a short time. On the contrary, Lin Ling brought falling flowers, flowing water, and the others and arrived first. They had fewer people and traveled light, so naturally, they arrived faster. However, when they arrived, Lin Ling was surprised to find that Tating Commandery wasn't small. It was even bigger than the sacred rainforest. This vast commandery had 99 cities, which were filled with an ancient aura and countless experts. If a small commandery was already so big, it was hard to imagine how many crouching tigers and hidden dragons there were in the Great Qing dynasty. 99 cities. I don't even know which city the emperor of this country is in. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked along the main road. Lin Ling nodded. He had the speed of 4 realms and could pass through the 4 realms. However, Tating Commandery was even bigger. Even with this speed, he couldn't travel all over the place. Lin Ling also couldn't use his soul power to cover the entire commandery. "Let's go in and take a look." After shaking his head, Lin Ling said lightly. Although there were countless experts in Tating Commandery, the 6 barracks had even more experts. Moreover, they were backed by the Great Qing dynasty. Therefore, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. After randomly choosing a city, they entered. However, after entering the city, everyone was shocked by the prosperity of the city. Experts of the World King realm could be seen everywhere. There were even some experts of the True God realm walking by. As expected of the 4 commanderies, they have such a deep foundation. Wow! If the sacred rainforest had so many experts, no one in the North Territory would dare to bully them. Martial God Jianghu said in surprise as she stared at the experts in the city. Moreover, Tating Commandery has experts beyond the True God realm. Although there aren't many, it's enough for ordinary people to not dare to provoke them. Sakura also said at the side. However, Lin Ling didn't answer them. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. "I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure." "Wow!" "Treasure? Where is it?" "Wow!" Sakura and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. "Right under your eyes is the city wall of Tating Commandery. This is the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, called the Iron Parasol realm-swallowing beast. It is one of the many realm-swallowing beasts." Lin Ling explained. "Realm-swallowing beast?" "Yes." Sakura's face changed slightly. Little Flame and the others didn't know what the realm-swallowing beast was, but they explained the Falling Flowers water sword. The realm-swallowing beast was the most mysterious thing in the universe. Until now, no one could see through this divine beast. They only knew that when this divine beast appeared, it could swallow thousands of worlds. It had many attributes and was extremely mysterious. Tating Commandery has such a deep foundation. They actually got the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. Yes. Now, Everyone felt that tating commandery was indeed not simple. That's all. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and strode forward with the others. Lin Ling and the others all had extraordinary auras and attracted a lot of attention. They say, this group of people is quite strong. They are all in the World King realm. I can't see through the cultivation of two of them. I don't dare to think that they are also in the World King realm. They should be the geniuses of the 3 academies. Yes. Just the 3 academies. What's so great about them? They always pretend to be arrogant. I don't like it. However, that girl is quite good-looking. She looks very gentle. Yes. Young master, you can't have taken a fancy to that beauty. Yes. Chapter 2667. They were being planted as crops. Their voices were unbridled, and many people on the streets heard them. However, many people also sneered at Lin Ling and the others. Although the strength of this group of people was not bad and they should be the geniuses of the 3 colleges, the tating commandery was not weak either. In the past years, there were also some geniuses who came to travel here. However, even dragons had to lie down obediently in the tating commandery. This was because the pride of Grand Court County was none other than the 9 heavenly sun bones of Jianghu. You lots stop. Leave the woman here and get out of here. At this moment, a dignified voice drifted out from the 2nd floor. The one who spoke was a young man with golden teeth. Tai Yanzhen, son of the governor of the capital. The crowd immediately began to gloat. That young man had a powerful background. His father had the bloodline of tating commandery, and he dominated the area. What's more, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Many talented girls who dared to come to tating commandery had been ruined by the Taiyan route, but they did not dare to say anything. It could also be said that the extreme flame route was their pride. They dared to do what they didn't dare to do. That woman is out of luck. Hee, her looks aren't bad, but I really envy the grand young master. After all, being able to play with the Academy's genius beauties isn't something that just anyone can have. Didn't you hear what the grand young master said? The passers-by discussed animatedly. Many people shouted angrily at Lin Ling and the others. Many of them possessed the bloodline of Grand Court Commandery, so they naturally sided with Tai Yanzhen and the others. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had long since noticed those youths, but they didn't care about them. Now that the entire street was roaring at them, they finally stopped in their tracks and were somewhat startled. They had come here to search for treasures, but before they could do anything, tating commandery had already taken action, especially ancient martial god Jianghu. She was speechless. That young master seemed to have taken a fancy to her. She couldn't help but feel sad for him. Little girl, do you think that I am very domineering? Follow me and you will be able to eat and drink well. Moreover, in my Taihu city, you can also walk sideways. Why do you need to follow those trash? However, Tai Yanzhen didn't know his current situation. He continued to smile. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and hand it over. If you make the young master unhappy, you won't be able to leave this city. Everyone's aura became even more domineering. It had to be said that the tating commandery was extremely united. I've been thinking about what to charge Grand Court Commandery with, but now it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling stroked his chin and said, making Sakura and the others laugh. Sakura said, "Second brother, this kind of trash, who's going to fix it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the street fell silent. But soon, a burst of laughter rang out. Those people actually wanted to convict tating commandery? Wasn't this joke a little too much? Who would fix them? It wasn't just Tai Yanzhen who had heard such words, but in the end, it was the outsiders who were being taught a lesson. Hee, these people are dressed well. I want that sword. I want that sky piercer. Grand young master will definitely reward me. You're greedy enough. I saw that sky piercer first. The people around had begun to share the spoils. Usually, as long as they helped Tai Yanzhen, the latter would reward them. You're too much. He's a passerby and is also a guest. How can you be so rude? But a little lesson is still okay. Go ahead, but remember not to hurt the beauty. As for the man, break his arms and legs and throw him out. On the 2nd floor, Tai Yanzhen and his friends were drinking wine and waiting for a good show. Grand Young Master's eyes are still sharp. I think that girl is still a virgin. I wonder if Grand Young Master can let me have a taste when he's tired of her? Well, anyway, there's more than one beauty in Tating Commandery. Next time, I'll catch a virgin for you. They talked and laughed, thinking that they were the emperors of Tating Commandery. However, the scene they were waiting for didn't happen. On the street, those warriors attacked one after another. Unfortunately, they were not as strong as Lin Ling and the others. Bang bang bang. No one knew who attacked, but more than a dozen figures were immediately sent flying through a large number of restaurants on the street. Cries of pain continued to ring out. Everyone looked over and saw that the warriors who had attacked were all sent flying. Some of them were even sent flying out of the city. What was even more exaggerated was that more than a dozen figures were sent flying in the sky. They seemed to have been thrown out. As for those that weren't swept away, they were planted on the ground like crops. This scene was as shocking as it could be. The entire street was silent. Everyone was shocked. These young men were so strong? One should know that there were more than 100 of them who had attacked. My sky piercer is right here. Who else wants it? In the silence, one of them spoke. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. Please send some stronger ones. They're so weak that I can't fight them. Little Flame said as he waved his fist. Even martial god Jianghu sneered and looked at the second floor mockingly. This appearance undoubtedly infuriated Tai Yanzhen greatly. The martial artists on the streets were also incensed. Catch all of them. Tai Yanzhen slammed the table and came to the window. He pointed at Lin Ling and the others and shouted. The young men beside him smiled and attacked. They were not the geniuses of the 3 academies, but they were not weak. Their talents were average, but their families were well off. They had cultivated to a high level with powerful cultivation resources. They were quite powerful. Good, young master he has attacked. And the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th in Tating Commandery has also attacked. Tsk, the martial arts champion who is ranked 7th. He was famous in Tating Commandery in the past. There was a genius competition in Tating Commandery, so many people knew how powerful those who had attacked were. You flatter me, you flatter me. A gentle breeze drifted through the sky, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance. Several figures leaped down from the second floor and spoke in a carefree and unruly manner, which made the warriors on the street very excited, as if they had seen the pride of Tating Commandery. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling did not even need to attack. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others had already attacked. As a result, there were a few more crops on the street. The top martial artists of Tating Commandery had been stabbed into the ground, leaving only their feet outside. They kept shaking their feet, which was as funny as it could get. Martial arts champions? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others said sarcastically. The martial arts champions of Tating Commandery were indeed powerful, but they could only dominate Tating Commandery. They were nothing compared to the geniuses of the 3 academies in Jianghu. Moreover, the former strongest second generation was here. The martial arts champions would be humiliated. Chapter 2668. After beating up the young, the old had come. Do you still want my junior apprentice sister? Sword Immortal Tsong Tian smiled as he looked up at the second floor. Now, there was only one person left in the restaurant, Extreme Blaze Root. His pupils shrank. In the past, the geniuses here had never been so strong. How could these people's strength be so heaven-defying? It seems that I have underestimated you all. You are clearly not ordinary geniuses. Fierce, fierce. Extreme Blaze Root rushed down from the second floor, walking towards Lin Ling and the others step by step. This caused Lin Ling and the others to be stunned. What was this playboy young master planning to do? Everything before was a misunderstanding. If you brothers are dissatisfied, I am willing to pay any price to appease your anger. Of course, all of this is to get to know you brothers, because I admire heroes and elites the most. Extreme Blaze Root fearlessly strode forwards. He seemed to be sincerely apologizing and also wanted to get to know Lin Ling and the others. This caused falling flower flowing water and the others to withdraw their auras. As the saying went, one did not slap a smiling face. This person's attitude was humble and his goal was to get to know them, so they couldn't do anything. However, the surrounding onlookers' eyes flashed. They knew what young Master Extreme Blaze Root wanted to do. Since you all are so strong, you should be quite famous. May I ask your names? Extreme Blaze Root stopped and bowed. But after he bowed, a cold dagger appeared from his right sleeve. This was the Yali dagger, a 9th grade treasure that could increase the strength of one's world essence by 5 boundaries. It was extremely fierce. And what was most terrifying was that this treasure could increase one's speed by an entire world. After the dagger appeared, Extreme Blaze Root sneered and instantly attacked. It was clear that he had played this trick several times already, and each time he had used it, the effect had not been weak. Many geniuses had been bewitched by his words and let down their guard. In the end, they had been crippled by this dagger. Most importantly, his dagger didn't stab towards falling flower flowing water and the others, but instead chose 2 people to attack. And these 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. This was because these 2 people hadn't attacked before and their cultivation didn't seem to be at the World King realm. Thus, he chose to attack the weak. His success rate was 100%. And as long as he could catch one, then he could threaten this group of people. Then, once his father arrived, everyone would obediently be subdued by him. At this moment, his heart filled with excitement. To turn defeat into victory, this feeling was too wonderful. However, the dagger was indeed extraordinary. Its speed had exceeded the perception of falling flowers and flowing water. Great! The people around cheered again. They had long known that this would happen. However, the dagger chose Lin Ling in the end. Because Di Shirtian looked rather tall and sturdy while Lin Ling's figure was thin, he should be the easiest to take down. You geniuses, your hearts are higher than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you a lesson. All is fair in war. Tai Yanzhen shouted proudly, but in the next moment, his agile body was suppressed. His gleaming dagger was also grabbed by someone. It was an arm. This caused his heart to skip a beat. He looked up and saw the young man standing in front of him with a cold expression. He had actually grabbed his Yali dagger with one hand. Blaze was Blaze God Blaze. To be able to wield a 9th rank artifact, just who was this guy? Could he be a true immortal? But how could there be such a young true immortal? Yali's dagger suddenly shattered. Sparkling shards fell to the ground. Yali's dagger had been crushed by Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he didn't place any world king in his eyes. Blaze Root screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes were as wide as bells. Holding Yali's dagger was one thing, but now the dagger had been crushed. He wanted to ask Lin Ling if his hand didn't hurt. Unfortunately, even if he asked, Lin Ling disdained to answer. Instead, he lightly said, "You sneak attacked me?" Blaze Root only wanted to slap himself 3 times. He had deliberately chosen the weakest, but the result seemed to be the strongest. This is a misunderstanding. He took 3 steps back and frantically explained. Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a slap. The slap knocked out half of Tai Yang'an's golden teeth. Misunderstanding. Moreover, a cold voice sounded at the same time. It's really a misunderstanding. I just wanted to test the sharpness of the dagger. Tai Yanzhen lost half of his teeth and couldn't even speak clearly. Sharpness. Unfortunately, what greeted him was another slap. This time, all of his golden teeth were knocked out. Enough! Blaze Root roared. He was the son of the city lord. When had he ever been slapped in the face like this? It had always been him slapping others in the face. Enough! However, another slap made Blaze Root's nose bleed and his teeth bleed all over the ground. My father is the city lord of this city. Blaze Root almost fainted from the slap. He directly brought out his trump card. City lord? Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't say it? After he said it, Lin Ling kicked him between his legs. Everyone heard the sound of eggs breaking. Many men even trembled and subconsciously touched their crotch. Blaze Root stood in place, his legs trembling. Then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fell to the ground like a gourd, rolling on the ground. He had been completely destroyed. His pride as a man. From now on, Blaze Root would be called Blaze Root. Lin Ling sneered. He grabbed Blaze Root from the ground and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, there was a new crop on the street. It was pleasing to the eye from afar. Crazy, crazy. He actually destroyed the son of the city lord. He's dead, he's dead. Everyone, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape from Tating County. The surrounding martial artists were pale. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. However, they were still confident, because they were waiting for the arrival of the city lord. However, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest would run away. Who knew that Lin Ling and the rest would stride forward and come to the second floor of the restaurant? They ordered wine and dishes and started eating and drinking. No one knew that Lin Ling had no intention of leaving. He didn't want to torture these trash. It was just that he suddenly remembered that there were 99 cities in Tating County and he didn't know where the emperor was. Since that was the case, he might as well let the emperor find him personally. As for the restaurant's manager, he was scared out of his wits. He knew that once the city lord arrived, these people would die for sure. If the city lord didn't vent his anger enough, then he would suffer a calamity. After all, who told him to give the enemy food and wine to drink? But if he didn't, then Blaze Root's miserable state caused his legs to go cold. He couldn't afford to provoke these fellows. As for the people on the street, they were all dumbfounded. Did these fellows not know that Blaze Root was the son of the city lord? That must be it. And since they were so arrogant, they would definitely regret it. What's happening? What everyone was looking forward to soon happened. A massive number of martial artists arrived, many of them at the 5th level of the World King realm. And the one leading them was an old man. He was tall and sturdy and had white hair. He was a true immortal powerhouse. Chapter 2669. The city lord made his move. The old man's name was Tai Yanchu. He was the city lord of this city and Tai Yang'an's father. However, when the old man arrived, he was dumbfounded by the human-shaped crops that were planted on the street. Moreover, among the crops, he saw his son's legs shaking powerlessly. His upper body was buried in the ground. It was extremely comical. Most importantly, he saw the blood between her legs. At this moment, his eyes turned red. He had been practicing martial arts all his life and had accumulated a lot of experience. Eventually, he was valued by Tating Commandery and became a governor. He had a son at an old age, so he was very fond of his son, the Taiyan root, and was afraid that it would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. But now, his son had been crippled and planted on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Most importantly, he had no descendants. Who did this? An angry roar soared into the sky, and all the warriors in the city were startled like cicadas in winter. The city lord was furious. Was it you? The old man was like a lion. His gaze swept across the martial artists on the street. Under his domineering gaze, several martial artists exploded and died. Sir, it's not us, it's them. Everyone on the street was pointing at the restaurant. At this moment, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they were looking forward to the miserable state of Lin Ling and the others. Surround them and bring them out. The old man's face was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the restaurant, and a large number of armored warriors shot towards the restaurant. The old man's eyes turned red as he personally dug out the extreme flame root. When he saw that his son's golden teeth had been knocked out, he was so heartbroken that he began to cry. Jen? You've suffered a lot. Father will avenge you. Tai Yan Zhen gradually woke up. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but shed tears. With snot and tears, he said, Father, catch them. I want to castrate them. And that woman, I want to play with her until she dies. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he was already impotent. However, the old man didn't forget. When he heard those words, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. What a ruthless person. All of them must die today. A terrifying coldness emanated from the old man, and it caused the people on the street to shiver. They clearly knew that those young men were in trouble. They immediately raised their gloating eyes and looked at the restaurant. Bang, bang, bang. However, at this moment, the city guards who had forced their way into the restaurant were all beaten out of the restaurant. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. More than 10 people were thrown into the sky. They tumbled like straws and they let out painful roars. Moreover, a few figures also walked out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. You're courting death. The old man became even more furious. These people were about to die, yet they still dared to be arrogant. Even more city guards rushed over. Although their cultivation levels were not low, they were geniuses with the falling flowers flowing water sword. They could fight above their cultivation levels. A fierce battle broke out on the street. The bystanders were all caught in the crossfire, and many of them died. Kill. I don't believe they're that powerful. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He pointed to the front and roared like a mad lion. Instantly, all the cultivators in the city rushed over and besieged the restaurant. But what was surprising was that the people in the restaurant were still drinking and chatting merrily. One could even hear them laughing loudly. They didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the restaurant. The laughter of the people drinking seemed to be mocking them. The old man and all the warriors in the city seemed to have been humiliated. They didn't believe that they couldn't catch those young men even with the power of the entire city. The people guarding outside the restaurant are getting weaker and weaker. No matter how powerful they are, they can't stop us from taking turns to fight them. They're in our territory. Even if they're tigers, they'll have to kneel down. Although many warriors were injured or killed, their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to catch those young men even if they had to sacrifice their lives. That was because they were fighting for the dignity of tating commandery. Of course, the most important thing was that they saw the light of victory. Your good luck has come to an end. At the thought of this, the people in the city wiped the blood from their mouths and shouted proudly. They were ready to catch those young men. I'm sorry. Lord thinks that our battle experience is too weak, so he wants us to train. Now, let's continue the battle. However, just as they shouted, Little Flame and the others smiled. Elixirs appeared in their hands. After swallowing the elixirs, they recovered their luo. Human Ring Elixir. This was Lin Ling's reward from the Pride Tournament. It could recover a large amount of luo. It was an elixir that even the geniuses in the academy were jealous of. As Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he rarely ran out of luo. Hence, he gave them many elixirs. Damn it. Bastard. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the people who were already exhausted fainted from anger. Some of them were so angry that they vomited blood. City Governor, please do it. The remaining people looked at the old man with pitiful expressions. They no longer had any energy to fight and they were full of anger. However, the city governor did not do anything. After all, he was the city governor. If he attacked the younger generation, he would lose his face. Hence, the people begged him to do it. Father, please do it. Castrate them. Tai Yanzhen also begged. Forget it. I swore 1,000 years ago that I would never attack the weak. However, I will make an exception today. The old man walked out step by step. His body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Flames floated out like clouds. His talent was fire elemental. This was because he also had the bloodline of gods in tating commandery. Moreover, his talent was poison flame. Most importantly, his cultivation was at the 5th level of true god realm. At this moment, everyone thought that the young man in the restaurant was going to die. It was their honor to have the city governor personally take action. Even the martial artists who had vomited blood stood up in excitement. This old man has the reputation of being a drug lord in Qin province. Originally, I wanted to conceal my identity and enjoy my old age in peace. However, you despicable juniors have forced me to take action. Since this is the case, it is your fortune to be able to see this old man take action. The old man floated up. His body was filled with a domineering aura. The rolling black flames turned into a black dragon and covered the restaurant. Chapter 2670. After beating up the old one, the big one comes. Meanwhile, the eyes of the entire city were locked onto them, filled with anticipation. Quite a few people were cheering repeatedly. The city lord of the 5th level of True God Realm had made his move, and those people were captured by his own hands. However, just as the black dragon was about to envelop the restaurant, a bright light flickered and multicolored flames began to condense. It actually turned into a huge blazing sun, and with a speed that surpassed the black dragon, it pressed down from the restaurant. This was the 5 realms speed. Flame wheel. Boom. The huge fireball collided with the black dragon. In just an instant, the black dragon melted like tofu. Moreover, the fireball didn't stop. It crashed onto the ground like a giant's fist. Boom. Boom. The forbidden explosion instantly turned the entire ancient city into ashes. All the houses collapsed, and all the martial artists near the fireball were incinerated into nothingness. Flame wheel annihilation. After the terrifying power dissipated, those who were still alive felt as if they had been given a new lease of life. They were all stunned. Looking at the city lord again, he was topless and covered in blood. He was also standing there in a daze. He thought that once he made a move, the young man in the restaurant would definitely die. But in the end, someone from the restaurant also made a move. With a single move, not only was he defeated, his entire city was destroyed. His reputation as the Poison Lord of the Firmament had once shaken the entire Qingzhou. Now, it was extremely ironic. How could he know that once the flame wheel was unleashed, even a 6th level True God Realm would have to go to the underworld with hatred? After beating up the young one, the old one came? Interesting, but the old one is not that strong. Let's send someone more powerful. Now, all of you, kneel down and you won't have to die. As for the governor, please call the Emperor of Tating Commandery here. If he's late by 2 hours, I don't mind killing all of him. An indifferent voice drifted out from the restaurant, leaving all the martial artists in the city speechless. How arrogant! After the Taiyan route was fixed, the Castellan came. Then the Castellan came and fixed the Castellan as well. What's more, the Castellan didn't seem to be satisfied. He even wanted the Emperor of Tating Commandery to come. This kind of arrogance was something that people had never seen in their entire lives. Who do you think you are to meet His Majesty? Someone immediately shouted angrily. For them, the master of Tating Commandery was like a god. They had to believe and worship him. Unfortunately, a couple of figures shot out just as that person's voice sounded. It was Little Flame and the rest. Bang bang bang. That person was directly planted into the ground and planted into crops again. Furthermore, Little Flame and the rest did not stop, planting all of the martial artists who were still alive like crops. Not even the women were spared. After all, Tating Commandery always bullied outsiders. They were not good people, so there was no need to give them face. Moreover, they wanted the qualifications. Now, he would show them the qualifications. Who are you? The old man looked at his people with heartache, then stared at the restaurant. Tell your majesty that I'm Lin Ling, tell him to come see me. A dignified voice came from the restaurant. Ask him to come see me? He had actually asked a dignified Emperor Realm Venerable to personally come and see him. How arrogant! However, the old man reacted quickly and muttered to himself, Lin Ling, it's actually Lin Ling. All the warriors in the city came to their senses because Lin Ling was the archenemy of the Tating Commandery. Everyone in Tating Commandery had heard of Lin Ling's name. In the past, a young master of the Tating Commandery had provoked Lin Ling and caused trouble. Naturally, the Tating Commandery wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the Tating Commandery failed again and again, and Lin Ling became stronger and stronger. In the end, he became the #1 enemy in the whole country. All of this was like a dream. Many people even knew that Lin Ling would come back one day, but they did not expect that day to come so soon. This also explained why Lin Ling was so ruthless to them. It was because they and Lin Ling were originally enemies. There was no need to think about what would happen next. The old man quickly informed the emperor. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the rest were still drinking merrily and waiting for the arrival of the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. The merry sound of drinking undoubtedly made the people outside the restaurant grit their teeth. The strongest man of the Tating Commandery was about to arrive, but Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he drank even more merrily. "He's dead meat." The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He admitted that he was no match for Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was no match for the emperor. Then, he looked at the corpse on the ground with heartache. Because of the explosion of the Wheel of Flame, his son, Tai Yanzhen, was completely dead. The people around him had already knelt down. At this moment, they saw Tai Yong'an's corpse. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling had gone too far. "Lin Ling, you're here." Just as they were looking forward to it, a majestic voice finally sounded, which made all the warriors in the city excited. The emperor had arrived. His strength was beyond the true god realm. "Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant he can be." At the same time, a slender figure strode over. He wore a jade crown and looked gentle. However, his eyes were shining and he had an aura of supremacy. Tai Huang, the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. There were many other experts following him. All of them were at the peak of the true god realm. It was as if an army had arrived. Of course, when Tai Huang arrived, he looked at the crops on the ground and heard the merry drinking in the restaurant. His face turned cold. This was because he was furious. This was because Lin Ling had given him a huge welcome gift. It was as if Lin Ling had treated him like heir. Lin Ling was looking down on the four commanderies. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, the other experts landed on the ground and looked coldly at the restaurant. "Your Majesty, this man is too arrogant. He killed my son. You must avenge me." The governor quickly hugged Tai Yong'an's corpse and said with tears and snot. The other warriors who were kneeling and those who had been turned into crops were crying out bitterly. "I'm here." Tai Huang replied coldly. "Rumble." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with an ominous aura. It was as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. A huge fist fell from the sky and went straight for Tai Huang. The fist was filled with white bones and carried a terrifying aura. It was not something a true God Realm expert could possess. "Protect the Emperor." Seeing this, many generals were shocked and quickly protected Tai Huang. Although Tai Huang did not need their protection, this was the dignity of the Emperor. They had to protect it with their lives. However, although the terrifying fist seemed to be aimed at Tai Huang, it was actually aimed at the governor on the ground. A strong wind blew in the sky. The fist immediately shrunk and turned into a white bone spear. It was getting closer and closer to the governor. The governor was still hugging his son. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. After killing the young, the old will come. After killing the old, the big one will come. The domineering voice was accompanied by the white bone spear. "How dare you?" Tai Huang reacted immediately. Unfortunately, he was too late. The white bone spear pierced through the governor's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Bang! When the sound was heard, all the warriors in Tating Commandery were shocked. Arrogant. Chapter 2671. Humiliating Tating Commandery. Tai Yanzhen was dead, and so was his father. Was Lin Ling saying that it was Emperor Tai's turn next? Ask His Majesty to come here immediately. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant. Sakura was the one who attacked earlier because Lin Ling did not have the strength to threaten Emperor Tai. However, this was also a show of strength. In this vast universe, there was no such thing as arrogance. There was only the difference of strength. Arrogance with strength was not seen as arrogance by others. Kill them. Unfortunately, the people of Tating Commandery did not know this. They only knew that Lin Ling had bullied them. They could not take this lying down. Emperor Tai, you'd better think about it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard again. Emperor Tai frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Ask someone to inform Tating Commandery." Your Majesty. Seeing this, many people could not understand why Tating Commandery would listen to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop the entire Tating Commandery. However, Emperor Tai ignored them and said coldly, "Can't you hear my order?" He knew very well that Lin Ling was not a fool. Since he dared to come here so arrogantly, Lin Ling must have something to say. Moreover, Tating Commandery also wanted to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Emperor Tai asked him to come. In this way, he was not afraid that Lin Ling would cause any trouble. Tating Commandery, I, Lin Ling, do not have any great enmity with you. In the past, one of your sons came to my hometown to kill people and was killed by me. After that, you tried to kill me again and again. Today, I'm just returning what you have done to me. While everyone was waiting, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant again. It was very cold. Lin Ling, I admit that you are very powerful. You have escaped the pursuit of Tating Commandery many times. But do you think you can escape this time? The Emperor Tai looked at the restaurant and said, Tating Commandery and Lin Ling were mortal enemies, so it was normal for Lin Ling to provoke them. However, if they came to his territory to provoke him, they might not be able to leave alive. You don't have to worry about that. Let's wait until His Majesty arrives. Lin Ling disdained to say anything more, and slowly drank with his brothers. We will be waiting for you. The Grand Emperor sneered and ordered his men to bring out the dragon throne and wait quietly. The warriors of Tating Commandery also calmed down and stood still, waiting to see how Lin Ling and the others would die. He should be beheaded in public and hung at the city gates. If that was the case, Tating Commandery would be famous in Jianghu. After all, killing Lin Ling was something to be proud of. This Grand Emperor has the demeanor of a king. He is being bullied, but he can still remain calm. The people in the restaurant did not know what they were thinking. Sakura said lightly, if it was someone else, they would have started a fight. However, the Grand Emperor did not. He endured the humiliation and was really something. He just wants to drag Tating Commandery down with him. Lin Ling picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Sakura, smiling slightly. Lord Lin Ling, we have fought with all the warriors in the city. Now, our strength has improved a lot. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was at another table and was very excited. It was a rare opportunity to fight with all the strong warriors in the city. Of course, if they did not follow Lin Ling, they would never have this opportunity. These guys are still in the mood to drink? The shopkeeper hid in the distance and muttered to himself. He was completely convinced by these young men. Shopkeeper, more wine? Yes. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came. The shopkeeper was so scared that he directly sat on the ground and then rushed out to serve the wine. Lin Ling was casually chatting with Sakura, but his mind was thinking about the evil flame transformation. Previously, he used the Heart of Flame God again, but he found that the evil flame god was getting bigger and bigger. It wanted to devour Lin Ling's consciousness, but it failed in the end. In fact, the evil flame god did not have intelligence. It did everything by instinct. It was a demon spirit born from a cultivation technique. I have to find a way to suppress it. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had a strong will and it was difficult for his consciousness to be devoured. However, no matter how strong his will was, there would be times when he was tired. For example, when he was seriously injured and unconscious, the evil flame god would take advantage of him. Therefore, Lin Ling had to be careful. I am back. Yes. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. A ray of light rushed to the sky and a pair of golden wings flew from the distance. It was extremely dazzling. Sunbone. Yes. Seeing this, all the martial artists in Tating Commandery shouted excitedly. Sunbone, one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Jianghu, was the pride of Tating Commandery. He was also here. Your Majesty, what happened? Yes. In the sky, the golden wings disappeared and a young man in armor appeared. His aura was endless and was not much weaker than Emperor Tai. Looking at Sunbone, Emperor Tai smiled with relief. You are back. Then he told Sunbone what had happened. Sunbone was not only the pride of Tating Commandery, but also the descendant of Tating Commandery. When Emperor Tai stepped down from the throne, he planned to pass the throne to Sunbone. Lin Ling, get out here. After knowing Lin Ling's arrogant behavior, Sunbone was so angry that his hair danced wildly. A mere Lin Ling dared to behave atrociously in his house? Unfortunately, the restaurant was still full of laughter and chatter. Lin Ling and the others completely ignored him, as if he was a fly. Don't worry, he can't run away. Emperor Tai waved his hand. Sun Bone snorted and endured it for the time being. However, he was getting angrier. In the past, in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was just an ant. If it weren't for the guide, he would have easily killed Lin Ling. But who would have thought that this ant would grow too quickly? Now, Lin Ling's name had already shaken the entire Azure province. Of course, even so, Sun Bone still didn't care about Lin Ling. However, before he could do anything to Lin Ling came to humiliate Tating Commandery? Courting death, he was courting death. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he is only ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Sun Bone is one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Qingzhou. How can a piece of trash like Lin Ling compare to him? Let's see how Lin Ling kneels down and begs for mercy later. The crowd shouted coldly and continued to wait for a good show. Sun Bone, how pitiful. You are being bullied by a junior? At this moment, a carefree voice suddenly floated. In the distance, a slovenly man strolled over. He had braids and was neither fat nor thin. He looked ordinary. Who the fuck are you? What right do you have to talk about Sun Bone? Many people were stunned. Then, many warriors shouted angrily. How dare this slovenly man mock Sun Bone? Ha, I'm nobody. I'm just passing by. The man smiled and flicked his finger. A huge black primordial realm appeared in the sky like a black sun and floated to the ground. Rumble. Chapter 2672. It was earth-shattering. He's so powerful. At this moment, the faces of the people from Tating Commandery changed dramatically. Tell me, let's see who has bad breath. The man said with a bloodthirsty smile. Great Change Ape, what are you doing here? Sun Bone stared at the man with a serious expression. Can't I take a look since I'm passing by? The man replied. You'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Surprisingly, Sun Bone did not attack impulsively. Apparently, he was afraid of the man. Emperor Tai's eyes flickered as he asked, Sun Bone, who is he? One of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, the Great Change Ape. Sun Bone replied. It's him. Emperor Tai's expression changed. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou were the most dazzling geniuses in Qingzhou. From a certain point of view, the status and strength of these 9 geniuses were higher than Emperor Tai's. Emperor Tai had heard that the Great Change Ape was formed from a blood fetus. It drifted in the chaos of the universe for hundreds of millions of years before it was born after it obtained the essence of the sun and the moon. The moment it was born, half of the chaos of the universe shook. Of course, this was just a legend. Emperor Tai was not sure if it was true. However, he was sure that this was an existence that could not be provoked. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the others also noticed the Great Change Ape. Sakura narrowed his eyes and said, This person is very powerful. He's one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Indeed, those who could become Heaven's messenger were not weaklings. He was sure that if he fought with that person, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Big brother, who are the 9 heavens of Qingzhou? Lin Ling asked again. Every one of them is an earth-shattering existence. Their birth is a legend, but some of them are still a mystery. However, don't worry, one day, you'll know these legendary figures. Sakura smiled mysteriously. He thought highly of Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling would be one of the heavens in the future. That's for sure. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Only by becoming one of the 9 heavens would he, Lin Ling, be able to leave Qingzhou. Lin Ling, I'm here. At this moment, a voice sounded. In just a short moment, those experts had completely surrounded the nearby area. Looking at the man, Emperor Tai said with a smile. He knew that the man was called the Third Tsar. Originally, only Mi Commandery was not part of the 4 commanderies. This tribe was born in Huanyu Desert, a barren land where even true God Realm warriors could not survive. This showed how tenacious this tribe was. Where is Lin Ling? Does he have anything to say to the emperor? Or perhaps he had some last words? Before King Only could speak, A young man beside him spoke. He was also one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. He was Luo Shaci. This was another indomitable expert. The crowd looked at the gathering of these experts, and all of them revealed looks of interest. The 4 experts here were not people that Lin Ling could stop. Lin Ling had indeed come here to die. Lin Ling, what do you have to say? Then, everyone's gaze shifted to the restaurant. Even the Great Change Ape revealed an interested expression. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was an arrogant junior. Now that he was surrounded by 2 emperors and 2 heavens, he did not know what to think. Lin Ling finally walked out of the restaurant. He had his hands behind his back. His face was calm as if he did not know that he was surrounded by experts. How bold! The Great Change Ape thought. Lin Ling was really amazing to be able to keep calm in such a situation. Lin Ling, I hope you can find an excuse to persuade us. Otherwise, you know what will happen. If you want to beg for mercy or bury the hatchet with us, you can. But you have to take out something that will move us. You can choose for yourself. We will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Sun Gu and Luo Shaci stared at the young man below the restaurant and sneered. It was up to Lin Ling to choose. Excuse? Lin Ling said calmly. He shook his head and said, My commandery will take out 50 million divine gems and promise to never provoke me, Lin Ling. Then, from today onwards, I will write off the hatchet between me and my commandery. However, when Lin Ling's voice drifted out, the entire Tating commandery fell silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy or even take out some treasure in hopes of making peace with the 2 commanderies. However, Lin Ling did not beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened my commandery. No, this was extortion. Ha! Luo Shaci and my king looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Emperor Tai, who was beside them, almost laughed out loud. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. As for Tating commandery, I want the city wall. If you agree, from today onwards, we will not interfere with each other. This time, Emperor Tai did not just almost laugh. He really laughed. Sun Gu was dumbfounded. It was bad enough that Lin Ling threatened my commandery. Now, he was threatening Tating commandery as well. Could it be that he wanted to stop the 2 commanderies by himself? What a piece of trash who does not know his limits. Your Majesty, please allow me to take his head and prove the strength of Tating commandery. Let me do it. In Tating commandery, many old generals shouted angrily. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a junior who they could easily deal with without the need for His Majesty to do anything. However, Emperor Tai smiled and waved his hand. He squinted at Lin Ling and said, I want to know. What if I refuse? As soon as these words were spoken, many people's spirits rose. Lin Ling, what if His Majesty refuses? What will you do? Do you want to risk your life? Or do you want to say that this is a misunderstanding and run away with your tail between your legs? Say it, Lin Ling. More people shouted. Many people thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. I will destroy all of you. However, before they could finish cheering, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His voice was cold and earth-shattering. The martial artists of Tating commandery were dumbfounded. The martial artists of my commandery were also dumbfounded. Previously, when Lin Ling threatened them, they thought that Lin Ling was crazy. However, not only did Lin Ling threaten them, he even threatened to destroy them if they did not comply. By himself? Ignorant child, I will capture you. Chapter 2673. Kill all over the country. A level 9 awakened divine body at the 8th stage of True God Realm was not to be underestimated in Qingzhou. Lin Ling would not be able to resist such cultivation. The ever-victorious general. Yes. Many martial artists from Only My Commandery were excited. That was the #1 general of Only My Commandery. Only My king, don't you think you've gone too far? How could you act faster than me in my territory? Emperor Tai looked at Only My king with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, it was Tating commandery who had captured Lin Ling first. It doesn't matter who did it. Anyway, Lin Ling can't escape today. Only My king knew that although Emperor Tai looked dissatisfied, his words were actually filled with excitement. After all, Lin Ling's talent was obvious to all. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve great things. However, Lin Ling was too impatient. He did not wait for his growth before seeking revenge. This was exactly what they wanted. At this moment, the rolling sandstorm turned into a lion and enveloped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. I have to say that he is calmer than we thought. Yes. He must be pretending. Yes. People were in a good mood as they talked about it. However, at this moment, a big saber suddenly fell from the sky with the power to cut 100 realms. The saber slashed the lion. Oh no. This sudden change caused the two emperors' expressions to change drastically. When they wanted to take action, it was obviously too late. Rumble. The saber slashed down and all the sand was separated. Then, a huge lion's head fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Along with it was the body of an old man. It was the ever-victorious general. This king of the 8th stage of True God realm had been killed with a single slash. This meant that the person who had come was definitely someone who had surpassed the True God realm. Bang! At the same time, a white-haired but spirited old man descended from the sky and smashed the entire Tating commandery into pieces. Who dares to come here to die? The old man's arrogant voice, which caused countless people's expressions to change drastically. "For you?" Emperor Tai asked with a frown. However, his expression was very serious because the strength of this person was not any weaker than him. Fujitor, Marshal of the 1,000 Trick Battalion of the 6 armies. The old man's voice was like thunder, causing the Grand Emperor's pupils to constrict. 1,000 Trick Battalion. So what? I don't believe that an old ghost like you can protect Lin Ling. But soon, a cold shout was heard from the Grand Court County. Then, dozens of figures shot out. These people were all very old, but their strength was not much weaker than the ever-victorious general. They were the 49 Heaven Suppression Fire Generals of Tating Commandery. In their opinion, the 49 generals could definitely kill Marshal Qianji. Although the other party's identity couldn't be underestimated, it was better to kill him first. Old ghost, you've come to the wrong place to be arrogant. Their arrogant voices were heard in unison, which made the warriors of Tating Commandery feel their blood boiling. Previously, only the general of my commandery had failed. Sure enough, only Tating Commandery could suppress Lin Ling. This also proved that Tating Commandery was more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, just as their blood rushed to their heads, meteors fell from the sky. They were so huge that they covered the sky like giants falling from the sky. Most importantly, it was not one giant, but 100 of them. What is that? What a terrifying aura. The generals who attacked turned pale. Some of them even attacked the meteors in the sky. Unfortunately, the meteors seemed to be made of metal. Any attack that landed on them only caused sparks to fly. They were safe and sound. On the contrary, the 49 generals were smashed into meat paste after the giants fell. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Rumble. As for Tating Commandery, it was as if it had been destroyed. The ground cracked and the whole country collapsed. In the dust, the figures of the giants finally appeared. They were hundreds of steel giants. They were the martial god giants. They were all expressionless. They were taller than towers and more magnificent than city walls. Their metallic luster bloomed as if they could easily slaughter a country. These giants were also the symbols of the Ministry of War of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. This time, the people of the two commanderies were shocked. Lin Ling could actually summon the martial god giants, and it wasn't just one, but several hundred of them. They couldn't react to this result at all. Your Majesty, this is bad. A large number of experts came from the east and attacked the city with divine beasts. Just as the Grand Emperor's eyes widened, someone rushed over anxiously from afar and knelt down to pass down the order. It was urgent news. What's going on? Let the army kill them. The Emperor Tai frowned. Why were there experts attacking at this time? How strange. Of course, he didn't care because Lin Ling was more important at the moment. Your Majesty, our army couldn't stop them. 200 million people guarding the east of the city were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The embarrassed person knelt down and said. His words made Tating Commandery even more silent. 200 million people were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Could it be the martial god? This is bad, Your Majesty. Thousands of beasts are attacking the city in the north. The north of the city has fallen. Another urgent news came, which made the Emperor Tai realize that this was no small matter. When did this happen? Where are they now? Emperor Tai said anxiously. In fact, Tating Commandery had been established for many years, and it was not the first time they faced such a situation. Unfortunately, most of them were defeated. Moreover, Tating Commandery was so big that it fell in such a short time. This showed how powerful the invaders were. It happened 30 minutes ago. They were all wearing the same armor. They are here now. The person knelt down and said. The Emperor Tai took 3 steps back. What kind of experts could kill the entire country in 30 minutes? Your Majesty, this is bad. The West. At this time, another news came. Nonsense. My army is in the West. Before the man could finish his sentence, only King shouted angrily and interrupted him. He was not a fool. Today, he had come here to prevent the Tating Commandery from harming them. Therefore, he had ordered the army to guard the West so that they could have a way to retreat. But now, the West had also fallen? This must be a joke. However, the person didn't even look at King only. Instead, he knelt down in front of the Emperor Tai and said, the army of Tating Commandery and our army guarding the west of the city, a total of 500 million people, were annihilated. Exclamation point. This. Hearing this, the 2 emperors couldn't help but exclaim. How could there be such a powerful force in Jianghu? Who called for this? This is fake. King only didn't seem to believe it. He even thought that it was a trap set by the Emperor Tai. Rumble. However, the facts proved that the Emperor Tai was innocent. It also proved that there was an army coming. In the west, silk banners were waving and iron hooves were ruthless. Chapter 2674. They must be domineering. In the east, military flags fluttered in the wind. Martial God Barracks, War God Barracks. In the north, myriad Phoenix Barracks, Sky Tribute Barracks. In the south, Thousand Trick Barracks. The mighty army was like a tidal wave that covered the entire sky. Their murderous aura shook the heavens. Great Azure Divine Dynasty, 6 Barracks. Seeing this, the 2 emperors widened their eyes and roared at the same time. As for their citizens, they were so frightened that they knelt down, their bodies trembling. No wonder the newcomers were unstoppable. They were the 6 barracks of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Although the armies of the 2 commanderies were powerful, how could they compare to the 6 barracks? Killing everyone in the country was not a joke. I want to see your Grand Secretary. I want to ask him what happened. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Emperor Tai said hurriedly. He still did not understand what had happened. Don't look for him. He is not free. If you want to see him, see me. However, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated in the sky. It was as if it came from the void. No one knew who it was. However, only me King hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, May I know who you are? I am Lin Ling. The voice floated again, but this time, everyone finally saw who was speaking. It was Lin Ling, who was in front of the restaurant. Silence. Tating Commandery fell into a dead silence. It's you. As for the 2 emperors, they stared at the blue-robed young man through the martial god giant. Although they knew that Lin Ling's background was not weak, they never dreamed that Lin Ling could summon the 6 barracks to battle. This was no small matter. Putting aside whether the Great Azure Divine Dynasty approved of Lin Ling's actions, how could the marshals of the 6 barracks easily obey the orders of a junior? But now, this kind of impossible thing really happened. At this moment, they had mixed feelings and were speechless. Even the Sunbone and the Sand Spike had their mouths wide open. Their expressions were extremely serious. Actually, with their status, they weren't afraid of the 6 tribes. However, they couldn't guarantee the safety of their own people. Moreover, if they were to really clash with the 6 tribes, It would be an arduous and thankless task for them. Lin Ling, you actually dared to privately mobilize the 6 battalions. I will report this to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and convict you of a great crime. Immediately order the army to retreat. After recovering from his shock, Sun Bone suppressed his anger and spoke with a cold expression. In fact, he was completely flustered when facing the 6-tribe barracks. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he said indifferently, however, you have besieged the grand marshals of the 6 military camps. This is an act of defiance against your superiors. Based on this, I have the right to annihilate these 2 commanderies. You! The 2 emperors pointed at Lin Ling angrily. It was clearly Lin Ling who called them over, and then they besieged Lin Ling, but now it became a crime of insubordination. Lin Ling was clearly slandering them. Lin Ling was definitely doing this on purpose. He had come prepared. I refuse to accept this. Only King was fuming with anger. However, what was the use of refusing to accept this? Lin Ling waved his hand coldly, and the army pressed forward. Thump, thump. The hearts of the people from the 2 commanderies beat violently. They could not stop this ruthless army. At this moment, they suddenly remembered what Lin Ling had said before. Annihilate you. At that time, they only had sarcasm, disdain, and ridicule. But now, they only had regret, pain, and fear. Moreover, they could not help but think of everything about Lin Ling. One should know that Lin Ling was not famous at the beginning. When he really became famous, it was when the 2 commanderies repeatedly hunted down Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still alive. This made the 2 commanderies feel as if they had been humiliated, and it also made Lin Ling the most wanted criminal in the commanderies. But now, this wanted criminal had grown up, and he had suppressed the 2 commanderies with his enormous courage. All of this was like a dream. Every dog has its day. In the past, you all thought that I was an ant that could be easily killed. Unfortunately, in my eyes today, you are the ants that can be easily killed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. The people from the 2 commanderies could feel how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was a person who could shake the heavens and earth as long as he was alive. Lin Ling, I agree to your terms. Just as the army was about to slaughter the people, the Emperor Tai finally shouted and lowered his noble head. Because of the oppression of the situation, he had no choice but to lower his head. I can't hear you. Come and kneel in front of me and say it. Lin Ling sneered and said calmly. In fact, his purpose today was not to slaughter, but to threaten. After all, although he was the Grand Marshal, slaughtering 2 commanderies was an earth-shattering event, and it would be troublesome to deal with. Kneel? Make His Majesty kneel? The people were even more confused. Their Majesty, who they believed in, had to kneel in front of Lin Ling? I agree. However, the Emperor Tai was indeed an ambitious person, and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Of course, it was easy to say, but in reality, he was heartbroken. But what could he do? If he did not sincerely apologize, Tating Commandery would cease to exist, and he would become the biggest sinner of Tating Commandery. He could not bear this sin. Your Majesty! Sunbone was the most upset out of all of them. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to act rashly because Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. This feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place was the worst. And only King, you have to hand over 300 million divine gems, kneel in front of me and say that from now on, don't provoke me, Lin Ling, and I will let this matter rest. Lin Ling said again. All right, I agree. Only King's heart was also bleeding. If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have agreed to Lin Ling's conditions. After all, at that time, it was only 50 million divine gems. Now, it was 300 million. Plop. When the 2 majesties knelt down, the world was silent. Plop. For the dignity of the 2 majesties, everyone knelt down as well. The only one who was still standing was Lin Ling. That blue robe, at this moment, was like a king descending to the world. Your Excellency, you are so majestic. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked out of the restaurant and smiled proudly. Of course, even in my hometown, Everyone who provoked my brother can only die with hatred. Little Flame waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling could always overcome all difficulties and turn defeat into victory. After this matter is over, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty will definitely be alarmed tomorrow. In addition, Lei Tianlan's death will let some people who are eyeing covetously know that if they want to touch Lin Ling, they have to consider the consequences. Sakura smiled meaningfully. Lin Ling's action was also to establish his power. Although it would cause public anger, at least 80% of the people would not dare to provoke Lin Ling. This was not only good for Lin Ling, but also for the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 2675. The experts blocking the way. Pay up and get lost. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the two powerhouses in front of him and said calmly. How could he not know that these two majesties were unwilling to accept this? He even knew that they hated him to the core. It was just that they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Ling had done what he needed to do and warned them. Whether they would understand or not was not something that Lin Ling could predict. As for the two emperors, their throats seemed to be on fire. But when they looked up at the dense army, they finally stood up and quietly made way. Lin Ling did not even look at them. He took a step forward and flew toward the city wall of Tating Commandery. Rumble! 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 The ancient city wall of Tating Commandery was collapsing. The city wall was built when the country was founded. It was also the symbol of Tating Commandery and carried the memories of countless people in Tating Commandery. But now, this ancient symbol was collapsing. Lin Ling! Rumble! Sensing the earth-shattering rumble, Emperor Tai's teeth were chattering. Naturally, he knew how precious the city wall was because it was made from the corpse of the 10,000-world beast. Once, there was a king in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who wanted to buy the city wall from him. Unfortunately, he had rejected him in the end. He had also rejected that king's favor. But today, it all went to Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold it to the prince in exchange for a huge favor. It's really hard. Rumble! At the border of Tating Commandery, Lin Ling was floating there. The Shura sword formation appeared around him. These swords formed a complex bounded array and kept hitting the city wall, bursting with dazzling sparks. Lin Ling smiled. With the corpse horror of the realm-swallowing beast in his hands, Lin Ling was confident that his divine devil body would reach a higher level. And after the divine devil body was upgraded, the third Dantian would be born. One should know that he could dominate the two commanderies today only because of the 6 military camps. But personal strength was the basis for him to roam the universe. Without strength, how could he have any power? After an unknown period of time, when the walls around Tating Commandery had completely disappeared, many warriors in Tating Commandery were crying. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all. He led the army and retreated. It was as if that kind of carefreeness had never appeared before. Of course, if the ancient city had not disappeared, people would have thought that Lin Ling had indeed never appeared. But now Lin Ling had killed the young one, then the old one, and finally extorted the big one. This had already left them with memories that they could not erase. Interesting. This Lin Ling really doesn't look at the consequences of his actions. The Great Change Ape smiled. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, authority was only a tool. If Lin Ling thought that he could ignore everything just because he was the Grand Marshal, then Lin Ling would definitely suffer. After all, if Lin Ling were to clash with the first generation of the 3 great academies, the 6 barracks would have no right to help him. This was also because Lin Ling's current status was mostly due to his potential. But what if others had the same potential? Obviously, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty would choose better geniuses. After leaving Tating Commandery, Lin Ling took out a large number of divine gems as a reward to the 6 barracks. The army cheered and was extremely excited. After all, if he was the Grand Secretary, he would not be as unscrupulous as Lin Ling. The army continued to move forward, but on the way, they met 2 people who blocked their way. These 2 people stood on a mountain peak heading towards Jianghu. Both of them had their hands behind their backs as if they were cold stone statues. However, the wind and clouds around them were rolling, forming a vacuum area. It was not to be underestimated. Lin Ling's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, flickered for a moment on the ground. He raised his fist and stopped the large army behind him. On the mountain peak, the person on the left was wearing a large red feather cloak. The red feathers made him look like a fire phoenix. The other person was wearing a long robe with fish patterns. He was not old, but he had the aura of an emperor. These two people stood there quietly as if they were divine kings looking at the myriad of worlds. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what is the meaning of this? After a moment of silence, Marshal Qian Ji took the lead to speak. That's right, the person who had come was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. This was an ambitious and ruthless person. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, who did not know his name. He was domineering and had a knife hidden in his smile. However, even if the strong cultivators from all sides knew of his character, there were not many who dared to go against him. Tsk, Lin Ling, you are generous. On the mountain peak, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, who was wearing a red feather cloak, smiled at Lin Ling. That smile was very friendly, as if he and Lin Ling were good friends. However, the more he was like this, the more it showed that he was temperamental. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what do you want? Lin Ling looked up and said coldly. No, I am just passing by and wanted to see a friend. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice smiled again. Your friend is not here. Now scram. Lin Ling looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice fearlessly. His words made many people behind him exclaim in surprise. Lin Ling had actually asked the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to scram? The young man behind the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. The 6 paths of reincarnation actually appeared in his eyes. This 6 paths of reincarnation was different from the one Lin Ling had cultivated in the past. It was even more mysterious and massive. He was obviously angry that Lin Ling had actually spoken to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice in such a manner. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice waved his hand slightly, making the young man suppress his anger. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice then said, after seeing my friend, I will scram immediately. These words made the young man even angrier. Although Lin Ling had some ability, how could he be a match for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice? He thought that Lin Ling was too lucky. However, he didn't know that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was so easy to talk to because of the presence of the 6 military camps. Otherwise, this Marquis of Sovereign Justice would have already made his move. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, have underestimated you. However, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's just a small conflict. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, admire heroes, especially rising stars. Therefore we can be friends, said the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't doubt the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's words. However, this kind of friendship was built on benefits. What the Marquis valued was his identity as the Grand Marshal. Moreover, if he were to be friends with this person, he would be smiling at him one moment and attacking him the next. You are not qualified. Therefore, Lin Ling rejected him directly. Do you know who you are talking to? As soon as he said this, the young man's robe fluttered and a murderous aura surged. He obviously couldn't hold it in any longer. Without waiting for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to speak, he immediately attacked. He jumped up, and a huge eye appeared behind him. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the eye, a white Grim Reaper shot out. Its speed had also reached a terrifying level. The strongest second-generation Lin Ling, let me, the Grim Reaper, meet you. Chapter 2676. The Clash of the Strongest. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he sensed the majestic aura. His opponent was very powerful. He was a level 5 true god with a divine body and a true god martial soul. That true god martial soul was extremely powerful. Death god's reincarnation? Lin Ling thought as he quickly unleashed his strength. Colorful flames spread out and engulfed Lin Ling. In the next moment, the flaming coffin was born. No one is allowed to attack. When Lin Ling disappeared into the flaming coffin, his voice drifted out. The 6 barracks were stunned, but they tacitly dispersed, leaving the boundless mountains and rivers for the 2 young men to use as a stage. Marshal Qianji, who is that? He's so powerful. Yes, he has such strength at such a young age. If he's given more time, I'm afraid we won't be his match. This person is definitely the top of the 3 academies. Then, the marshals murmured with shock in their eyes. Born as a god, dead as a demon. Jumping out of the 3 realms, immortal and indestructible. Lin Ling, when you see the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you can only kneel down. At the same time, the death god arrived. A sickle fell from the sky and slashed the flaming coffin. Boom, boom, boom. The ground immediately cracked as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. The flaming coffin seemed to have been split into 2. Since you're in the coffin, you'll be in the coffin forever. The young man's cold voice rang out. The terrifying thing was that the white sickle actually slashed the space-time flame, causing the Earth's aura to become chaotic and messy. My lord! Second brother! In a distant place, Sakura and the rest clenched their fists in worry. Bang! However, at this moment, the raging flames erupted again. An arm full of red scales appeared and grabbed the white sickle, preventing it from slashing down. Great! Seeing this, the army cheered. Previously, they thought that the flaming coffin had been split into 2. You have some strength. You haven't even cultivated for 2,000 years, but you were able to block one of my attacks. You should be proud of that, but that's all you have. The young man was like the Grim Reaper, controlling the white Grim Reaper with the scythe in his hand. The scythe slashed out again. A gigantic white waterfall was about to slash apart the heavens. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he fiercely slashed at the white light. Clang! A deafening sound rang through the air. Sword and sickle collided, realm essence sweeping in all directions. The great mountains in the surroundings were directly flattened, moreover reaching a point where one couldn't see the end of it. This sword and this saber were terrifying. So this is the legendary flame coffin that has been raised by several realms. It is indeed powerful. When he sensed the powerful aura in front of him, the corners of the young man's mouth revealed a cold smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised in his heart. Lin Ling was only in the level 2 true god realm. However, the young man felt that the majestic realm essence was comparable to that of a level 5 true god realm. Lin Ling, your true god martial soul must have been unsealed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your realm essence to increase by so much. The young man guessed. Unsealed? Hearing that, the expressions of all the marshals changed drastically. The true god martial soul was the manifestation of one's talent. In other words, it could be said to be able to fully utilize one's talent. From a certain point of view, it could be said to be more powerful than the realm essence martial arts. True god martial souls were also divided into strong and weak. If one reached the unsealed state, his strength would be doubled. Powerful martial artists who specialized in comprehending the true god martial soul could reach the 5th seal. Their strength was unimaginable. Could it be that Lord Lin Ling is able to fight against those of a higher realm because his true god martial soul has been unsealed? Marshal Qianji and the others mumbled to themselves. They knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but they did not know how powerful he was. However, it seemed that everything could be explained now. One had to know that in the vast and boundless primal chaos, the path of martial arts was filled with all sorts of colors. Some people were strong in Jieyuan martial arts, some were strong in cultivation methods, and some had true god martial spirits. Therefore, it was very difficult for others to know how strong a martial artist was. This was also the reason why they couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. Unsealed? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that the true god martial soul had been unsealed. However, it was difficult to unseal it. It was thousands of times harder than comprehending the realm essence seed. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had only started unsealing his true god martial soul after he had reached the true god realm. This meant that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he had unsealed his true god martial soul and increased his realm essence. This was also normal. The reason why Lin Ling's world essence was so vast was because he had two Dantians in addition to the evil flame transformation. When all these world essence erupted, Lin Ling's world essence was at the 5th level of the true god realm, but he still couldn't suppress his opponent. This explained everything. This young man was a strong opponent. He was also one of the strongest stage 5 true gods. Moreover, his true god martial soul was very strange. His strength seemed to have been absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then let me see how powerful your true god martial soul is. At this moment, the young man smiled coldly. His body floated backward eerily. The sickle in his hand danced in the air as if he was writing something in the sky. Gradually, white strokes appeared in the sky. What is that? It looks like a word. It's the word death. The army in the distance was shocked. They could feel a strong pressure from the word death. Come, let's see who is stronger. The young man's confident voice floated out. That's what I was thinking. Lin Ling stared at the word solemnly. Naturally, he could sense that strange technique. However, at this moment, he was also excited. It was Lin Ling's goal to fight against the strongest generation of the 3 colleges. Flame wheel. Quietly floating in the sky, the flame god's heart appeared. Bright flames burned the sky. The ancient heart beat continuously. Flame shocks the world. What a strange true god martial soul. It should have been unsealed. The young man's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. His true god martial soul had not been unsealed. If it had been, the young man would have been defeated. Lin Ling was relying on the pressure from his 2 Dantians. This was also Lin Ling's secret. Naturally, he would not reveal it. Rumble. Flame wheels bloomed like flowers. However, when they contracted, they gradually condensed into a huge fireball. Not bad, not bad. You make me excited. Seeing this, the young man became excited. He seemed to be very happy. Perhaps, the stronger Lin Ling was, the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. You make me want to fight too. At the same time, Lin Ling held the huge flame wheel in his hand and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. Good timing. The young man held the sickle in his hand and attacked with the word, death. The 2 geniuses were going against each other. Rumble. When the 2 different colored attacks collided, the surrounding area was immediately turned into ruins. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Moreover, the surging power frightened the army. They were shocked and full of admiration. Chapter 2677. I want a friend. Boom. Finally, a huge shockwave shot towards the heavens. The heavens split open and chaos appeared in the universe. However, the shockwave didn't stop there. It continued to charge towards the end of the universe. All the weak realms it passed were directly destroyed into dust. This collision was so terrifying. If they fought in the 10,000 realms, many realms would collapse. Rumble. At the same time, a figure fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling. However, he quickly got up and his eyes were still evil. However, he was obviously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and many of the scales on his body were broken. Rumble. On the other side, the young man was blasted to the ground. A 1,000-mile deep crater appeared on the ground. The deep crater seemed to run through Jianghu. However, soon, a white figure shot out. It was the mysterious young man. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and seemed to be injured as well. However, not only was he not angry, he was even happier. Good. You actually injured me. Not bad. The young man's voice was filled with madness. In his opinion, with his strength, Lin Ling would definitely die. However, who knew that not only did Lin Ling not die, he even injured him. If Lin Ling was the top generation of the 3 academies, there was nothing to say. However, Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the true god realm. This meant that he had lost this battle. This time, I won't underestimate you. Of course, the young man didn't use his full strength before. Okay, enough is enough. Stop. However, just as the young man moved, the sovereign marquis waved his hand and interrupted the battle. He seemed to be helping Lin Ling. The young man gritted his teeth as if he was unwilling to give up. Yes, my lord. Yes. Of course. What was surprising was that the arrogant young man didn't complain and immediately retreated. Of course, he didn't feel good being injured by Lin Ling. Therefore, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "The battle of the heavenly transcendence rankings is about to begin. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you to clear the rankings." "Yes. I'll be there." At this moment, Lin Ling stood on the ground like a god of war, nodding fearlessly. In reality, his injuries were not light at this moment. Many of his bones were also shattered. Moreover, the realm essence in his dantian was also completely exhausted. Moreover, Lin Ling had 2 dantians, but at this moment, the realm essence in his dantian was completely exhausted. This showed how terrifying that young man was. Coupled with the fact that once the flame wheel was utilized, any 6th level true god realm expert would be annihilated, yet it had failed before his eyes. This also indicated that his opponent's strength was absolutely not at the 6th level of the true god realm. Then, the flames around Lin Ling's body retracted, and the demonic aura on his body also disappeared without a trace. He raised his head to look at the Sovereign Heaven Marquis and had a higher opinion of this person. After all, not everyone could make such a powerful young man obey his orders. Of course, he didn't think that the Sovereign Marquis was helping him, because if the battle continued, it would eventually lead to the 6 tribes' barracks joining the fray. And at that time, the Sovereign Marquis's efforts would be strenuous and unrewarding. Even if he could kill the 6 military camps, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Sovereign Marquis had obviously thought it through very thoroughly and was also very cunning. Lin Ling, you didn't disappoint me. I think you will win the second battle between you and the Grim Reaper. Go and wash the Heavenly Crossing list with blood. You should also be ranked as the strongest of the generation." At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis spoke again. His words seemed to be praising Lin Ling, but it caused the young man behind him to have a cold look in his eyes, and a hint of unwillingness rippled in his heart. This young man didn't realize that this was the Sovereign Marquis's provocation, which made the young man want to kill Lin Ling even more to prove himself. "You don't have to talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? Say it. Say it." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't fall for it at all and said indifferently. If his attitude fell into the hands of other ambitious and ruthless people, they would have already been enraged. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't an ordinary ambitious and ruthless person. He was a king who valued the results and not the process. He still smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you are a real man. Then I'll get straight to the point. Today, I want to see a friend. If you can agree, I, the Sovereign Marquis, will owe you a favor." "Yes." "In your dreams." "Yes." However, Lin Ling rejected him immediately. Of course, he knew who the friend was. It was Queen Qianji. Based on their recent interactions, he guessed that Queen Qianji had a good relationship with the Sovereign Marquis. Perhaps they were geniuses from the same generation, and the Sovereign Marquis liked Queen Qianji. However, in the end, the Sovereign Marquis seemed to have his eyes on a secret of Queen Qianji's clan. That was why he slaughtered Queen Qianji's entire clan, which made Queen Qianji hate him to the core. Speaking of which, Queen Qianji was quite pitiful. If she didn't trust the Sovereign Marquis, her entire clan wouldn't have been wiped out. She was the sinner of her entire clan. She had been carrying this sin for thousands of years. No wonder Queen Qianji's life goal was to kill the Sovereign Marquis. "Lin Ling, stop joking around. That person is useless to you. Why do you want to keep her alive?" "Yes." Lin Ling's rejection finally made the Sovereign Marquis's face turn cold. His words were clear. "Don't challenge my bottom line again for Queen Qianji. You can be arrogant in front of me, you can shout at me, but you have to give me the thing that I want." Also, he was hinting to Lin Ling that if he gave Queen Qianji to him, they would be friends from now on. How could Lin Ling not know what he meant? Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it at all. "I'll give you one word. Get lost. Get lost." Lin Ling raised his right arm and pointed at the Sovereign Marquis. His attitude was firm. He would not back down. Although he and Queen Qianji were enemies in the beginning, It was Queen Qianji who saved him when he was framed by Lei Tianlun. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. That was Lin Ling's principle. Even if the Emperor Qing of the Great Qing dynasty was here, he would not back down, let alone the sovereign marquis. Do you really want to fight? The sovereign marquis's voice turned colder. He was not backing down either. If Lin Ling refused to hand Queen Qianji over, he would kill all 6 troops to get Queen Qianji. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Listen up, get ready to fight to the death. Lin Ling waved his sleeves and called for the army to charge forward. It was just a matter of mutual destruction. Lin Ling was willing to fight to the death. Ha, what a stubborn young man. Not bad, I like it. I like it a lot. The sovereign marquis's voice became deeper. Those who knew him knew that he was ready to kill. Once this ambitious and ruthless character took action, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. However, as a soldier, it was his duty to obey orders. Therefore, the 6 troops did not back down. Instead, they marched forward in an orderly manner. The martial god giant was activated. Thousands of birds danced in the sky. The war chariots roared. Lin Ling, on the other hand, pointed his sword at the sovereign marquis. Needless to say, the scene was spectacular. More importantly, the sovereign marquis was a real king. He was fearless in the face of thousands of troops. Instead, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. Chapter 2678. Someone protected you. Wait. But just as the shocking battle was about to erupt, a ray of light shot out from Lin Ling's body, and his enchanting body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Queen Qianji. Looking at Queen Qianji, the murderous aura around the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling Marquis instantly disappeared, and he revealed a smile. Queen of Qianji, get back here. Lin Ling shouted angrily. He suddenly understood Queen Qianji's intention. Little brat, do you think you have the qualifications to tell me where I want to go? Queen Qianji said disdainfully without even looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling knew that Queen Qianji didn't want him to join the fight. Lin Ling, you should go back first. I was a little reckless before. I apologize here. After the target appeared, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also looked at Queen Qianji. He did not even look at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to be apologizing, he actually did not care. Lin Ling, I'm tired of you. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. I don't know when I'll die if I stay by your side. So, I'd better stay away from you. Our deal is over. Goodbye. Queen Qianji still didn't look at Lin Ling. After saying that, she dashed off into the distance. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to chase after her, a cold voice entered Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. Also, this is a fated enmity between me and him. You have no right to interfere, and you should never interfere. Otherwise, we can't even be friends. The word, friend, was the reason why Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Queen Qianji, get your ass back here. He roared, but it was useless. Queen Qianji walked further and further away. Queen Qianji's goal was obvious. She wanted to bring the Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Moreover, this matter really had nothing to do with Lin Ling, so she didn't want to implicate Lin Ling. Get back here. Lin Ling continued to roar. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced through his palms, but he didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling, don't worry. It's impossible for him to catch me. I, the Queen of Qianji, have made a name for myself in Huanyu. Of course, I have my own means to protect myself. Lin Ling, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I hope that when I'm alive, I'll be able to see you become famous in Qingzhou. I hope that you'll remember that someone once protected you. While Lin Ling was still angry, Queen Qianji's voice drifted into his mind again. This time, her voice was filled with gentleness and gratitude. Gradually, Queen Qianji disappeared. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice chased after him. Apparently, he was more interested in Queen Qianji than Lin Ling. After he left, the mysterious young man sneered at Lin Ling, "You can't do anything to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice." After he finished speaking, he also disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling stood there quietly. At this moment, he finally realized how weak he was. He couldn't wait to regain the strength of Li Xiaoyao in the past. He wanted to crush and destroy everything. His body was trembling. His heart was in pain. An indescribable feeling pierced through him like a knife. Perhaps he had cherished his family and friends all his life. But this time, he couldn't do it. Queen Qianji didn't seem to want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter, but from another perspective, she was protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the fearless man standing there quietly, the army was silent. They could understand how Lin Ling felt. Big brother. Master. Tears welled up in little flames in Jianghu martial god's eyes. Lin Ling had always been protecting them, but this time, he was protected by someone else. They could understand how he felt as he watched the person he needed to protect leave. But they never blamed Lin Ling, because they knew how heavy the pressure on Lin Ling's shoulders was. They knew how much pressure this man had to carry the world. With such pressure, let alone Lin Ling, even a god couldn't withstand it. Lin Ling had done well. Second brother. Sakura clenched his fists. In fact, he knew very well that if there was a confrontation, there would only be one result. Everyone would be wiped out. Although the sovereign marquis wouldn't be safe, at least he would still be alive. Wait until I become the leader of the sovereign marquis. I will take your head personally. Sakura secretly swore that he could give up his life in this lifetime, but there was a reverse scale that no one could touch, and that was Lin Ling. Because that was his younger brother, and even more so, his life. Unfortunately, although he was very strong now, he obviously hadn't reached the level of the sovereign marquis. I'm fine. I'm not worried about her. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would be depressed, Lin Ling finally raised his head and revealed a bright smile. This made the army laugh. Lin Ling seemed to have recovered. Of course, if she loses a single hair, then I will erase the sovereign marquis from this world. If Emperor Qing comes to plead for mercy, I will also erase him. Lin Ling took a step and headed towards Qingzhou, leaving behind a cold oath. Looking at the lonely yet strong man, everyone's heart was pounding. He dared to kill Emperor Qing. At this moment, the 6 camps had mixed feelings. If this really happened, they didn't know if they should listen to Lin Ling or Emperor Qing's orders. However, they all had a feeling that Lin Ling would do what he said. The army continued to move forward. The 6 camps separated from Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest went to the Yulin market. Along the way, Lin Ling was still talking and laughing with Sakura and the rest. It was as if he didn't care about what happened just now. This strong mentality made falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest admire him. However, Lin Ling knew that it would be difficult for the sovereign marquis to capture Queen Qianji. She definitely had a trump card that could save her life. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't sure how long this trump card could last. The only thing he could do was to surpass the sovereign marquis in the shortest time possible. Moreover, the reason why the sovereign marquis gave up on Lin Ling and went after Queen Qianji was because of the space-time divine steel. The sovereign marquis might have thought that the space-time divine steel was with Queen Qianji. After returning to the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling started to cultivate. His main goal was to refine the corpse horror of the realm-devouring beast. Have you heard? Lin Ling went to Tating Commandery and blackmailed them. Who is Lin Ling? How can he be so arrogant? He is a genius who challenged the Thunder Mansion. He is a monster from the Resplendent Academy and is currently ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list. TSK, although he is strong, he is too arrogant. In Qingzhou, many forces have good relations with the 2 commanderies. If they meet Lin Ling, they will definitely avenge the 2 commanderies. That's right. In terms of status, the 2 commanderies don't dare to offend Lin Ling. However, the first generation of the 3 academies can. The great Qing dynasty won't object to this. Lin Ling has become a thorn in their side. Chapter 2679. Transin. After all, it was not a small matter to lead an army to besiege 2 commanderies. This could affect the whole situation. The top leaders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's 5 Ring City had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, What surprised them was that the great Azure Divine Dynasty actually chose to acquiesce to Lin Ling's attack on the two commanderies. This made many people unable to understand the great Azure Divine Dynasty's intentions. Of course, it didn't take long for another piece of news to spread. Lin Ling fought against the Grim Reaper and returned in a sorry state. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's intervention, Lin Ling would have been killed by the Grim Reaper. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and once again caused a sensation in Qingzhou. The Grim Reaper was one of the strongest people in the Tianyue rankings. Lin Ling, this rash young man, actually overestimated himself and challenged him? He was really lucky. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's benevolence, he would have been killed. Everyone believed this piece of news because they knew that Lin Ling was indeed not the Grim Reaper's opponent. They even secretly mocked Lin Ling, saying that he couldn't see through himself and was simply asking for humiliation. I think this Lin Ling is just SOS. The proudest thing in his life was killing his way into the Four-Ring City and besieging two commanderies. His life will definitely be bleak after this. That's right. Big ups and big downs. Previously, he had a big rise and now he has a big fall. I'm afraid he will decline forever. Some people who wanted to see the world fail gloated at this moment. The news also spread to the Yulin market. However, what surprised people was that the falling flowers flowing water sword and the others remained indifferent and didn't even bother to mention it. This made many people think that Lin Ling had a guilty conscience. In fact, no one knew that the falling flowers flowing water sword and the others were too lazy to explain. After all, Lin Ling was actually the winner of that battle. After all, Lin Ling was a rising star and his cultivation realm was lower. However, at least he injured the Grim Reaper. Moreover, although Lin Ling didn't win, the Grim Reaper didn't win either. It was a draw. How could there be a defeat? This mysterious young man called the Grim Reaper was really thick-skinned to spread such a rumor. Sir Lin Ling will definitely Tianyue rankings. When that time comes, those idiots spreading the rumor, in the end, they will be slapped in the end. The falling flowers flowing water sword and the chess boy secretly. If he didn't explode in the Grim Reaper, then he would die. They knew Sir Lin Li brotherling. Queen Qianji wants to avenge her entire race. That's why she doesn't want you to interfere. In the Yulin market, Yu looked at Lin Ling obediently and said, "Only by personally taking revenge for the extermination of our clan can we face our dead relatives." Xin Yuange was also very understanding. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "I know." Then he looked at his two wives seriously. However, if she left personally and fought with the sovereign Marquis, Lin Ling, would not stop her. However, she was forced to leave in front of me. Lin Ling, don't like this feeling, and I don't like to owe people favors. I will return this favor to her. Hearing Lin Ling's firm words, Yu and the other wives smiled. This was their man. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and was magnanimous. Moreover, through their conversation with Lin Ling, they knew that although Queen Qianji was weaker than the sovereign Marquis, because of her bloodline, she also had a trump card. Even if she couldn't kill the sovereign Marquis, she could make him suffer. "Alright, it's time for me to cultivate," Lin Ling said to his two wives. Not long ago, he killed Lei Tianlun. At that time, he was ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Now, his main goal was to clear the list and become the strongest generation. Fortunately, he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Realm-devouring beast corpse horror. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of rock flew out from his ring. The rock was mottled and extremely hard. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy. Of course, this was just an illusion. Ashura sword formation. The ancient sword behind Lin Ling floated up, and 108 swords shot towards the rock. However, the rock was as hard as iron. After the swords landed, only a few sparks appeared. Just a piece of flesh is already so hard. This realm-devouring beast corpse horror is really impressive. Lin Ling was shocked. He formed a barrier with both hands and sealed the surroundings, preventing the Ashura sword formation's sword heart from affecting the market. Then he started to cut the rock bit by bit. His sword formation was extremely impressive. It could defend and attack autonomously, and it had 2 sword hearts. I have to speed up. Lin Ling wasn't satisfied with the slow cutting. He started to understand the Ashura sword formation, and he swallowed the small pieces of flesh that he cut out. As time passed, Lin Ling's physical strength became stronger and stronger. Physical body cultivation was extremely rare in Jiuzhou, let alone Qingzhou. Lin Ling was one of the founders and had walked the furthest in this field. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling's physical body strength reached 20,000 universe power. As his physical strength increased, Lin Ling's sword Dao also increased accordingly. Unfortunately, his ultimate sword Dao still hadn't reached the next level, the realm of Dao. However, among the 108 swords of the Ashura sword formation, the second sword heart was born. In fact, if it wasn't for the short time, Lin Ling would have been able to give birth to the second sword heart. Now, he had 3 sword heart swords. 2 of them were comprehended by himself, and one of them was the tyrannical song sword. The chaotic power that it originally had was as much as 200 universe powers. The 3 sword hearts cut the realm-devouring beast corpse horror, and the speed was obviously much faster. The first piece of flesh was completely cut out. Lin Ling took out the second piece of corpse horror and continued to cut. He had as many corpse horror as a city wall, and it was enough for him to improve his physical strength. Bang bang bang. As he continued to devour, Lin Ling's body accumulated a huge amount of realm-devouring beast's essence. His entire body swelled up like a fatty. Also, Lin Ling's life was in danger. If he couldn't refine the essence, Lin Ling would definitely explode. Even Lin Ling couldn't react in time. However, one's prosperity was followed by another. Therefore, Lin Ling could only continue to devour the flesh. It was a race with the Hell God. What's happening? Why do I feel like my heart is beating so fast? Yeah, I have the same feeling too. In the market, Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others all had a bad feeling. And that aura was the realm-devouring beast's aura. Moreover, as the days passed, not only the market but also the martial artists who entered the street had the same feeling. They felt that there seemed to be some kind of divine beast hiding in the area. Boom. Finally, one day, the market exploded. A bottomless hole appeared in the vast market, and a terrifying aura emanated from the hole from time to time. This made Yu and the others extremely worried. However, they didn't dare to go near the deep hole for fear of interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Chapter 2680. Lin Ling came out of seclusion. My lord's cultivation is the best I've ever seen. Falling Flower's Flowing Water Sword was a knowledgeable person, and even he felt that his horizons had been broadened. Hee, is second brother going to break out of the womb? Only Sakura smiled meaningfully, and then everyone left quietly. Sakura bid farewell to Yu and the rest, saying that he would wait for Lin Ling's arrival in 5 Ring City. Yu and the rest nodded. They even felt that after their big brother Sakura experienced the Sovereign Marquis, he seemed to want to become stronger. Time passed quietly like this, and unknowingly, 3 years had passed. It seemed like a long 3 years, but to a martial artist, it was very short, like the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Yu and the rest's strength had increased greatly. Of course, the geniuses of the 3 academies were the same, and many monstrous geniuses were born. These monstrous geniuses were like Lin Ling, appearing out of nowhere and shocking the 3 academies. Lin Ling seemed to be still in a deep sleep, and no one saw that under the ground, the mysterious womb was lying there quietly, revealing a mysterious aura. Moreover, this womb was emitting a magical fragrance. In the womb, it was as if the universe was circulating, and a naked young man was sitting there cross-legged. His slender eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he was meditating on something. Finally, one day, the womb began to wither, and all the essence disappeared. A handsome young man walked out. His skin was as white as jade, and his facial features were handsome. This devouring process is really dangerous. If not for my strong physical body, which has devoured the blood of the fish demon, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, and the martial god fruit, as well as the refinement of the fire of time and the power of faith, I'm afraid I would have failed this time. The young man muttered to himself, revealing a clean smile. Of course, he was Lin Ling. One had to know that when he was in the rainforest's sacred ground, Lin Ling began to cultivate his physical body and had already laid a solid foundation. Now that he had devoured the realm-swallowing beast, his physical body had reached a new level. Of course, the reason why he was able to devour successfully was because of the Chaos Divine Formula. Because without the Chaos Divine Formula, Lin Ling would have exploded from the essence. Divine body, cord of the gods. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble. Under the ground, a terrifying event occurred. Hundreds of demons crossed over, and divine beasts roared. There was a fish demon king, a silver moon lion king, a fierce tiger, and an azure dragon. Finally, a huge mouth appeared in the middle of all the divine beasts, as if it wanted to devour the heaven and earth. Cord of the gods. Divine bodies unique. This meant that Lin Ling's god-fiend body had reached the divine body level. 100,000 universe power of the universe. Lin Ling extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Rumble. A terrifying thing happened, because he only clenched his fist, but the entire ground continued to shake. A certain street in Second Ring City cracked open, causing countless martial artists to be horrified. It was because this was the martial god realm's Azure province, a place known as the Divine Land. However, even the Divine Land had split apart? This was too terrifying. No one knew how strong the power of 100,000 universes was. It could be said that Lin Ling alone represented the power of 10 realms. In the blink of an eye, 10 worlds had collapsed. Not only has my body improved, but my second Dantian has reached the second level of the true God realm. Of course, the most important thing is that my third Dantian is about to be born. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. The Chaos Divine Formula was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His God-Devil body had finally caught up to the other two areas. In terms of talent, it was even higher than the space-time flame. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to form his third Dantian. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had already formed 3 Dantians, so this time, his cultivation was a walk in the park. At the same time, Lin Ling's Dantian began to change. A new world was born, and it was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next to the black hole were 2 more Dantians. Not good. Shit. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that the birth of the third Dantian required a huge amount of spiritual energy. I wonder if the divinity crystals I've accumulated this time are enough to open my third Dantian. Yes. Lin Ling took out all the divinity crystals and even all the treasures he had on him. For example, the human ring pill. All the treasures Lin Ling had obtained over the years were all used to fill his third Dantian. However, it was still not enough. The black hole became bigger and bigger, but due to the lack of spiritual energy, it finally stopped spinning. Lin Ling shook his head gloomily. He had been too excited and had forgotten about this. It seemed that he had to find more divinity crystals. After shaking his head, Lin Ling temporarily gave up on opening his third Dantian. Then he jumped out of the deep hole and came out. He realized that the hole was surrounded by plants, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lin Ling could not help but smile. This must be Yu Yu's doing. Everyone must be waiting for him. Not bad. Their strengths have all increased. Lin Ling released his soul force. Sensing everyone's strength increase, he could not help smiling in satisfaction. It seems that my cultivation time is not short. Lin Ling stepped out and walked towards the market square. Presently, the business of the rainforest market was getting better and better. Many were regular customers. After trying the treasures sold in the rainforest market, they also came here to buy things again and again. The rainforest market will close down sooner or later. Of course, there were also people who were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. This brother, you actually still went to the rainforest market to buy treasures? If you provoke those big shots and make a move against you, you'll be out of luck. After all, this shopkeeper provoked many big shots. Get lost for me. In these 3 years, when has the rainforest market not been in rumors? But the market square is still open. Stop spreading rumors for me. Don't listen to the advice of your elders, and you'll suffer losses soon. Outside the market square, there were also people who constantly slandered the shopkeeper. But regular customers were regular customers. They did not care about these slanderous words and directly refuted them. This was because the reputation of the rainforest market was accumulated bit by bit. Once it was accumulated, it was not easy to destroy it. Towards the shopkeeper of the market square, many people had a deep confidence in him. Even Lin Ling was stunned by this scene. Did he cultivate for 3 years this time? Moreover, just what had happened in these 3 years? With curiosity, Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone. My lord, you've left seclusion? Master! Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Ancient Martial God Rhyme, and the others all cried out in alarm. Hee Lin Ling, you finally appeared. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others couldn't help but reveal excited smiles. Although there were many rumors going around, in their hearts, Lin Ling was still their boss, and he was still omnipotent. Looking at his brothers and friends, Lin Ling was in a good mood. He swept his eyes around and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, you've all reached the late World King realm. Lord Lin Ling, you don't seem to have increased your boundary. The chess boy sized up Lin Ling. If he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling was at the 2nd level of True Divinity realm before he went into seclusion, and after he left, he was still at the 2nd level of True Divinity. Chapter 2681. I didn't change, it's you who changed. Ha! Lin Ling coming out of seclusion had undoubtedly given everyone a backbone. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest held Lin Ling's hand. In these 3 years, they had been waiting for Lin Ling. Of course, their strength had also increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 1st stage of True God realm. After that, they knew that Lin Ling was puzzled and told him what had happened during this period of time. In these 3 years, a large number of geniuses had appeared. Moreover, the matter of the Grim Reaper challenging Lin Ling was still known to everyone. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace, so everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, this was normal. After all, Lin Ling's growth time was too short and his foundation was not solid. Now that he had revealed his true colors, this was something that was inevitable. Therefore, Lin Ling's name was gradually forgotten by everyone, and in turn, it was a form of mockery. After all, Green Province did not have much, but there were many geniuses. Every year, the 10,000 worlds would provide fresh blood, making Green Province full of vitality and geniuses. So it's like this. Lin Ling nodded his head in realization. Everyone kicks a man who is down. This was an unchanging law no matter where it was placed. This is too much. In the past, when Sir Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, Resplendent Academy was proud of Sir. But now, the Academy only left Sir with a disdainful reputation. That's right, the most important thing is that those fellows are not strong and only know how to fan the flames. They can't do anything great. Speaking of this, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the rest felt indignant for Lin Ling. Ignore them. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. That kind of indifferent aura stunned Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the rest. They then realized that although Lin Ling did not break through, his aura was obviously different. It was a kind of grand wind, as majestic as the universe's mythical beast. How could a swallow know the ambition of a swan? The same thought rose in their minds. Dogs bite people, don't tell me I have to bite back the dogs? Besides, there are so many dogs, I really don't have the time to bite them all back. Lin Ling really didn't care because his target was the Sovereign Marquis. Therefore, he didn't even care about the Grim Reaper, let alone those villains who were fanning the flames. Let's not talk about this anymore. Currently, what do I need to do to ascend the Heavenly Crossing list? Lin Ling looked at Blossoming Flowing Swords group and said, to be honest, although he was a member of the Resplendent Academy, he was not as familiar with the Academy as Blossoming Flowing Swords group. If you want to charge into the Sky Crossing rankings, you need to get the approval of the Academy's elders. Hearing this, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were delighted. Was Lin Ling going to clear the rankings? Alright, let's go look for Vice Principal Gong then. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Becoming the strongest of his generation was also his primary goal. We'll go with you. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they followed Lin Ling to Resplendent Academy. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many unfamiliar faces. They must be the new geniuses of the academy. Isn't that the top 3 of the second generation, Blossoming Flowing Sword? They haven't appeared in Resplendent Academy for a long time. Che, what top 3 of the second generation? He's just an undeserved reputation. I only need a year to surpass him. Arriving at Resplendent Academy, voices filled with battle intent rang out. Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others seemed to be extremely famous in Resplendent Academy, which made Lin Ling somewhat stunned. As for Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others, they snorted coldly. In the past, they were even more famous and people had to salute them when they saw them. However, ever since Lord Lin Ling went into seclusion, those juniors who were respectful in the past had a 180-degree change in attitude. Of course, they didn't enjoy the feeling of worship, but they didn't like the change in attitude. Those 2 girls aren't bad. Don't look down on them, they're from the first generation. Many youths stared at Yu and the others and licked their lips. If they hadn't heard the 2 words first generation, they would have already tried to flirt with them. However, when they saw Yu and Xian Yuange holding Lin Ling's hand, they immediately became jealous. Who's that guy? He has a good face, but his strength seems to be pretty good. Look at his arrogant face. The more I look at him, the more annoyed I feel. He's just relying on the fact that he has more cultivation time than us. In another year, I'll definitely surpass him. Many youths said with high fighting spirit. None of those who could enter Resplendent Academy were pushovers. He's Lin Ling, someone you can't afford to provoke. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the surrounding youths to be stunned. Lin Ling? Naturally, they had heard of this name before. He's just a coward. Soon, a disdainful voice rang out. No matter how cowardly he is, he's still better than trash like you who only knows how to talk nonsense. However, the same voice rang out again, mixed with disdain. You're looking for death. Many youths looked at the person who spoke. They originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but they stopped themselves and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Brother Genji. The person who came was the former strongest second-generation Genji. The current him was no longer a second generation, he had stepped into the first generation. Genji didn't even bother with his junior brother's bow. Instead, he looked indifferently at the approaching Lin Ling. It had been 3 years. A full 3 years, Lin Ling had finally appeared. In these 3 years, he had worked hard to surpass Lin Ling. Even when everyone thought that Lin Ling had declined, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. Even so, he had the confidence to surpass Lin Ling. Especially now, his confidence was even stronger. You're finally back. Genji walked out and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already noticed him, smiling and nodding. You've changed. In the past, you were arrogant, wild and unrestrained, fearless and fearless. You were the most respected genius of the second generation. But now, facing our junior brother's disdain, you no longer have the strength to refute. Genji said coldly. He knew that Lin Ling must have heard their harsh words, but Lin Ling actually didn't retaliate. This wasn't Lin Ling's character. Lin Ling's character was like a sword, he definitely wouldn't be such a coward. I didn't change, the one who changed is you. Lin Ling was still smiling. After greeting them, he brought Yu and the rest forward. This stunned Genji. He almost wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but after seeing Lin Ling smile, for some reason he didn't dare. That smile made him feel that Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, he could only be seen from afar, but could never be touched. Impossible, definitely impossible. I've already entered the true God realm, I can't still be afraid of him. Genji kept shaking his head, he felt that he wasn't living up to expectations. He wanted to shout, to let Lin Ling fight. But subconsciously, a voice of rejection sounded, making him lose the will to fight. You've changed. In the past, your goal was to reach the peak of martial arts. Now, your goal is to defeat me. Your vision has become narrow. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated into his ears, causing his body to tremble. That's right, he didn't know when, but he had actually set his goal to surpass Lin Ling. His lofty ambitions of the past were now gone with the wind. Why didn't you retaliate? Chapter 2682. He Shi's Martial Dao. Because, not interested. The nonchalant voice once again floated into Genji's ears, causing him to smile bitterly. I will never be able to catch up to him. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling had declined, he suddenly had a feeling that not only did Lin Ling not decline, but instead rose up crazily. Because only those with greater foresight would not care about the words of ants. This was like a piece of unpolished jade buried in a pile of rocks. One day, it would shine brightly. This resplendent academy seems to be getting more and more people. Lin Ling and the rest continued to move forward. Lin Ling's gaze swept the surroundings as he spoke indifferently. While the surroundings were filled with discussions, many people had looks of disdain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care at all, as if nothing had happened. That's right, I heard that today is also the day of the exchange between the three academies. So many geniuses came back. Qi Tong said. Exchange? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That means that the strongest of the first generation came back to give a lecture, imparting some martial Dao experience to the younger generation, so that they would not take the wrong path. Yu Yu curled her lips as she spoke, her tone filled with disdain. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed in disdain. Giving a lecture? These first generation sure have the time. True martial Dao experience, unless it was passed down or gained by oneself, it could not be imparted. Take Lin Ling for example, he had plenty of martial Dao experience, but he had never imparted it to Yu Yu and the rest, only giving pointers. Imparting and giving pointers, these two words were like heaven and earth. The reason was that everyone had their own path of martial Dao. Imparting from others would only make them look different. The so-called martial Dao, the so-called strength, that is talent. Those with talent are dragons, those without talent are insects. Right at this moment, a vast square appeared in front of them, and an indifferent voice drifted out like thunder. There stood a tall and handsome young man. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he looked at the entire square like a great expert. This person was the first generation, and he was the first generation of Resplendent Academy. Around the plaza stood a large number of people, looking at the youth with admiration. Senior Brother Zui Yu is so handsome. He is ranked 29th in the sky-surpassing realm, cultivating for 1,500 years, 4th level of True God realm. Tisk, that's amazing. That's nothing. I heard that he even has a divine body. Voices of adoration could be heard from time to time. Some of the girls' hearts were beating wildly. They wanted nothing more than to get to know Senior Brother Zui Yu and walk around the universe hand in hand. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. How could an ordinary woman get close to Senior Brother Zui Yu? They could only watch from afar. Senior Brother, I don't agree with what you said. But at that moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a short and stocky young man. He had dark skin and looked very ordinary. What nonsense are you talking about? Instantly, a large number of reprimands rang out. That unprepossessing fellow actually dared to question Senior Brother Zui? So it's He Shi from the Heavenly Saint Institute. TSK, do you think you're qualified to comment on Senior Brother Zui Yu's words? Someone recognized the short and stout youth and laughed disdainfully. Today was the day for the exchange of geniuses between the three academies, so the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy were also present. Scram, trash from the Heavenly Saint Academy. Trash? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Some of the geniuses from the Resplendent Academy cursed. Even if Zui Yu wasn't their idol, it wasn't up to the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy to comment on him. I'm just speaking the truth, He Shi said indifferently. He was as calm as ever. He Shi, I've heard of your name. In the Proud World competition, you were a dark horse and almost became the strongest second generation. Unfortunately, you lost to Lin Ling in the end. However, I didn't expect you to become a first generation in such a short period of time. You're quite capable. At that moment, Zuiyu looked at He Shi and said calmly, even though you fought against Lin Ling and became famous in the Proud World competition, that's all there is to you. Lin Ling is also all there is to him. Don't be a frog in a well. I'm not, I'm just speaking the truth. He Shi said bluntly. Of course, I agree with Senior Brother's words. However, Senior Brother's words are too full of himself. Talent isn't everything on the path of martial arts. Some people sharpen their sword for 10 years and their martial arts are strong. Some people use their weapons to sweep through the crowd. Some people have strange divine abilities, such as Senior Brother Meng Lu. Therefore, I don't think talent is everything on the path of martial arts. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Take our Senior Brother He from the Heavenly Saint Academy for example. He cultivated a fist art for 1,000 years and used it to reach 80% completion. He also defeated countless geniuses and became the 12th on the Tianyu rankings. As soon as his words fell, the square fell into silence. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. There were no absolutes on the path of martial arts. Bullshit. At that moment, Zuiyu shouted coldly. You're just saying self-comforting words because you don't have a strong talent? On the path of martial arts, talent is everything. Those with strong talent can unseal the true God martial spirit. The first seal, the second seal, and even the third seal can increase a huge amount of boundary energy. Do you know this? You're just a piece of trash. I know. He Shi immediately retorted. But I've heard that a strong 7th grade boundary origin martial skill can fight against those who have unsealed it. Therefore, those without talent are not necessarily trash. Hee, I like stubborn people like you the most. Hearing He Shi's words, Zuiyu laughed. He took a step forward and rushed toward He Shi. Along the way, he unleashed his talent, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom and chord of gods to resonate. A palm seemed to fly among the flowers and arrived in front of He Shi at the speed of 4 realms. The palm landed on his chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Although He Shi was from the first generation, he was obviously not as strong as those who were ranked 30th and above. Facts have proven that what you said is bullshit. You're trash. After defeating He Shi with 1 palm, Zuiyu laughed disdainfully. What a dazzling move! The crowd exclaimed. At first, they agreed with He Shi's words. But now, they believed Zuiyu even more. Because strength proved everything. Get lost, trash. Many people scolded He Shi. Bang. He Shi fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but his face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't even block a single move. The crowd's mockery and sarcasm made him feel like his heart was dead. He didn't mean to disrupt Zuiyu. He just wanted to stand up for his own martial path. He wanted to discuss martial path with Zuiyu, but unfortunately, he wasn't qualified. You're not wrong. Just as the crowd was mocking He Shi, an arm stretched out from the void and pulled He Shi up. He Shi looked up and said excitedly, Lin Ling? The person who came was Lin Ling. He nodded at He Shi with a bright smile. Back in the Pride tournament, Blackstone had left a good impression on him. Now, Blackstone had relied on his own willpower to enter the ranks of the first generation. He was indeed a man of great willpower, much better than those people in the square and Yun. Chapter 2683. Erupting in silence. Thank you, I understand. All the doubts in Haystone's heart were cleared. He believed in Lin Ling's words, and he was even more resolute in his own martial Tao. I also believe that you will become stronger. Lin Ling patted He Shi's shoulder and walked forward. Who is that person? Lin Ling? It's that freak Lin Ling whose name shook the 3 great academies 3 years ago, and who was deemed as the fastest cultivator in history. But now, he seems to be down and out. Perhaps he has done something that angers both man and God. What's funny is that he actually has the mood to console others. He doesn't even look at himself. Many people recognized Lin Ling, including Zuiyu. He smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Lin Ling, do you have any objections to what I said? Lin Ling nodded and said, what do you think? Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to move forward with Yu and the others. Sure enough, he's the same as Heisher, a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that the proud world competition was a little amazing, so his self-confidence swelled to the point that he couldn't recognize himself. Everyone, look clearly, this is the reason why his foundation is not solid. Of course, not having a strong talent is also one of the reasons why he fell from the spiritual pedestal stage. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't say anything, Zhuyu immediately spoke to everyone in the tone of a senior. Brother Zhua, we understand, we will not learn from Lin Ling. Many people immediately replied, with Lin Ling's talent, he will never be able to catch up with Brother Zhua. Zhu유's words were like the command of God, making the crowd believe him without a doubt. Zhuyu couldn't help but smile when he sensed that he was the moon surrounded by the stars. He looked at the few people around Lin Ling and said, the same goes for all of you. Don't get too close to him. Otherwise, you'll end up like this for the rest of your life. If you want to achieve martial arts, you'd better walk on my side. The reason why he held this forum today was because the academy would reward him. The more disciples who believed in him, the more rewards he would receive. Therefore, when he saw Yu and the others beside Lin Ling, he subconsciously said, of course, even if Yu and the rest didn't come, he wouldn't mind. After all, it didn't matter if there were a few more people or a few fewer people. As for Lin Ling, naturally he didn't care at all. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back proved everything. But unexpectedly, his last sentence made Lin Ling finally stop in his tracks. Furthermore, a chuckle could be heard. They are my wives? You're openly recruiting them? Zhuyu was stunned. Previously, when he was disdainful of Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back. But now, Lin Ling actually questioned him because of a casual sentence? I'm not recruiting them. I'm just letting them know what martial arts are. Zhuyu said faintly. She's my wife. I'll guide her myself. I don't need anyone else's nonsense. Lin Ling also spoke up. His tone made Zhuyu a little dissatisfied. Why do you have to hold up other people's martial arts? Don't tell me you want them to decline like you? Being pointed at by others and unable to raise their heads? They've never been unable to raise their heads. On the contrary, they're proud of me. And you don't have to talk like an expert. Your martial arts doesn't mean that everyone recognizes it. The reason why they didn't fight back is because they don't want to. Lin Ling began to give tit for tat. He didn't care about the mocking of the weak, but the weak couldn't have any ideas about his wife. Because this was his reverse scale. You're called Zhuyu, right? May I ask what's your ranking? Lin Ling asked again. Zhuyu sneered. Why do you ask? My ranking isn't something that a junior like you can understand. Alright, if your ranking is below 30, then you can treat me like air. Ignore my previous words and continue to fool these people. Lin Ling also smiled. If your ranking is below 30, then I'm sorry, but I'm very interested. Fool. Zhuyu's face turned even uglier. Lin Ling actually said that he was fooling everyone? I'm sorry, senior brother, I'm ranked 28. Zhuyu also raised his voice. He wanted to let Lin Ling, this trash, know what was called the Heavenly Crossing List. 28? Senior brother Zhua, aren't you ranked 29? You've risen again, that's amazing. Everyone instantly exclaimed. One must know that to advance one place on the Heavenly Crossing List was harder than ascending to the heavens. It was also because this was the battle stage of the strongest generation of the three great academies. Everyone was frantically increasing their strength to maintain their ranking. 28? You've successfully attracted my interest. Hearing this, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. His blue and white robe also fluttered. At this moment, he was like a sword that had been unsheathed. Brother Ling. Sensing the soaring aura, Yu and the rest were delighted. They knew that this man had finally awakened. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to be in a deep sleep. He was only interested in the sovereign marquis. Now, the lion has awakened. Lin Ling, is he finally going to make a move? This lazy man is really lazy. At this moment, at the side of the square, a youth appeared. At this moment, he was excitedly clenching his fists. He was Guji. As for Heisher, he revealed an excited smile and his body was trembling. Lin Ling, after being silent for a long time, finally exploded? He was also looking forward to Lin Ling proving everything. I agreed with He Shi's words before. In the martial Tao, there is no absolute. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward. His long hair fluttered, causing the geniuses who were originally disdainful to fall silent. It had to be said that the current Lin Ling was very handsome, causing them to be in a daze. Are you refuting me? Zuoyu snorted coldly. I'm not refuting you. I'm telling you that you are not qualified to discuss martial arts. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. Look at this palm. When it opens, it controls the world. When it closes, it can sweep away the wind and clouds. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will show you what the proof of 100 schools of thought is. Bang! Lin Ling stomped heavily on the square, causing the ground to crack, shocking everyone. He shot towards Wuyu like a cannonball. His fist was behind him, gathering strength. He did not use any realm essence energy. Let me teach you another lesson. Talent is not everything. His fist was like an arrow, shooting towards Wuyu. 100-flower god. Seeing this, Zuoyu sneered. He did not expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. He did not care about a mere Lin Ling. On the other hand, the crowd opened their mouths in shock. Lin Ling was courting death. Not to mention that Lin Ling had declined. Even if he was still outstanding, he was only ranked 30th in the first generation. Zuoyu was ranked 28th. It seemed like there was a difference of 2 ranks, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. What's more, Lin Ling didn't use any of his unique skills and only used ordinary fists. He even used his fist to teach Zuoyu a lesson? Crazy. Court of Gods. A magical scene of hundreds of flowers blooming appeared around Zuoyu. Divine kings wearing colorful clothes appeared one after another, as if they were giving him their blessings. At the same time, a blurry lady appeared behind him. She seemed to be the master of flowers. She stretched out her hand gently. A terrifying realm essence energy erupted. Her divine body and the strength of a level 4 true god were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Boom! Lin Ling's fist finally arrived. It was like a meteor crashing on the ground. The moment it landed, the crowd realized how terrifying it was. The ground of the square cracked and countless tiles were sent flying thousands of miles high. The scene was shocking. Kakaka.